Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin.
Hi, good morning. Good morning and welcome to the annual Migration Nest Conference at College of Europe Natolin. The title of our conference this year is The Rough Sea, Mediterranean Routes of Migration to the EU. I'm very happy that you're here on this first snowy day of the season in large numbers. I know that last night there was a bit of a party, so I'm all the more happier that you're here. I'm the mentor of the Migration Nest. I will introduce the conference very briefly and then give the floor to our keynote speaker and guest of honor, whom I will also introduce. And then we will have a Q&A with our guest. So we decided to revisit the topic of Mediterranean routes of migration because of the new trends in migration globally, which is mostly climate-induced migration, the fact that there's war in Ukraine, and large migration movements from Ukraine to the EU. And we also wanted to see how that impacted or not the Mediterranean route of migration. We have now the pact on migration and asylum in the EU, and there are agreements with North African countries that we also wanted to look into. So the logical division between the two panels that we will have today was the following. In the first panel, we want to look at the root causes of migration, how they have changed, they are changing, and what that means for the push factors of migration through the Mediterranean route. And in the second panel, we will look at the response of the EU, both at the EU level and national policy levels. I want to say a couple of words about the Mediterranean, the sea. Historically, it was both a bridge and a chasm between the two continents. So cultural, societal linkages were facilitated because of the Mediterranean Sea. It was what connected us, what connected the cultures of Europe and the cultures of Africa and North Africa. and the Middle East. That changed, and we may ask ourselves, is it a bridge now, or is it a precipice? Is it a chasm? Is it a graveyard at points? So it's also a way in the conference for us to think about the sea itself and what is happening at the sea, and how we envisage politically in Europe the role of the sea and what's happening there in our contacts and in migration trends with the South. I will give the floor now to Director of Operation Response Division at Frontex, Madame Ana Cristina JORGE. She is the Director of Operational Response Division at the European Border and Coast Guard Agency. That's the full name of Frontex. Before, since 2012, she was the head of Joint Operations Unit, named Field Deployments Unit since February 2018. The Operational Response Division, which she heads, includes the Field Deployments Unit, a Coast Guard and Law Enforcement Unit, a Return Support Unit, and a Center of Excellence for Combating Document Fraud. She started working for Frontex in October 2009, being seconded as liaison officer to the agency in Brussels. Ana Cristina joined the Portuguese Immigration and Border Service in November 1990. So we really have someone with vast and long experience in border management with us. When she was at the Portuguese Immigration and Border Service, she carried out functions as head of Borders Division and director of the Central Directorate for Borders. She participated in many international fora related to border management and chaired the Frontiers WP from the EU Council during the Portuguese presidency in 2007. Madam Director, we are delighted and happy that you found time to join us here. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for inviting Frontex to be here and to give me the opportunity to address the future of Europe, because we are here in front of those that will, in a way, frame and tailor what Europe will be in the future. And I stand here before you to address one of the most pressing and complex challenges that we face in the world: the Mediterranean routes of migration to the European Union. The Mediterranean Sea, often referred to us as the Mare Nostrum, has been both a cradle of civilization and crossroads of cultures, but today it stands as a symbol of hope and desperation, as the gateway to safety and the source of peril for countless individuals seeking refuge and a better life. The journey across the Mediterranean, embarked upon by thousands of people, is not for the faint of heart. It is a dangerous odyssey marked by unpredictable waters, restless human traffickers, and the harsh realities of displacement. It is a journey that tests the resilience of the human spirit, pushing people to their limits in search for a safer and more promising future. The European Union, in its commitment to humanitarian values and the protection of human rights, has been in the forefront of addressing this humanitarian crisis. However, it is imperative that we recognize the scale and the complexity of the challenge that we are facing. Over the years, the Mediterranean route has evolved, shaped by changing global dynamics and conflicts. The ongoing conflicts have a profound impact on migration dynamics in this region. To address these evolving dynamics, we must continuously adapt our strategies, ensuring they remain relevant and effective. In order to give you an insight into the dynamics of migration trends along the Mediterranean routes, including the Central, Eastern, and Western Mediterranean, please allow me to share with you some key facts. In September 2023, or until September 2023, There were approximately around 51,000 illegal border crossings on entry at the EU external borders. The pressure on the EU external borders throughout the first 9 months of 2023, totaling nearly 280,000 entries, was 17% higher than in the same period of 2022. The Central Mediterranean route has registered an 82% increase in the numbers of these illegal border crossings compared with the same period of 2022, while the Eastern Mediterranean route registered a 135% increase and the Western route with 109. So we see that overall the Mediterranean route we witnessed in 2023 a huge increase on the migration. The Central Mediterranean is currently facing a significant influx of migrants, primarily departing from Tunisia and Libya. Between January and September, according to the operational data, over 95% of the migrants arriving in Italy were either coming from Tunisia, 68%, and Libya, 27%. Since this big influx that had these peaks in September, we witness now a slight decrease. This is mainly driven by the fact that the authorities from departing countries are putting measures in place, especially in the Tunisian side. So there is an effort also in their side to decrease or stop more the departures to the sea. But there are other factors that we have to take into consideration. The floods in Derna, Libya, caused a severe humanitarian crisis with more than 4,000 reported deaths, 25,000 persons missing. Approximately 43,000 people were displaced, while the UN estimates that over 880,000 individuals in the affected regions were impacted by these floods. The increased pressure results from migrants recognizing that the safe travel opportunities are going to decrease as weather conditions deteriorate during the last quarter of the year for crossing the Mediterranean. Between June and September, also more than 10,000 migrants reached the Canary Islands. This was a route that was somehow almost non-existent for a long period of time. If we think about the migration in 2006, 2007, where the numbers were quite big, and until last year, 2022, there were hardly any arrivals in the Canary Islands. This was quite a big increase compared even with the same period of 2002, but even more if we compared with the previous set of years. On 8th of September, Marrakesh and the neighboring areas of Morocco were struck by a severe earthquake, resulting over 2,800 casualties. While the number of displaced individuals was not confirmed, it was estimated that around 380 people, including 100,000 children, were affected by the earthquake. Rural areas where economic vulnerability and poor living conditions are prevalent were particularly exposed to the disaster. The natural disaster in Morocco might ultimately contribute to the increase of the migratory flows to the EU. The migratory pressure in the Canary Islands will likely increase in the coming months, while better weather conditions will facilitate sea crossings. You might wonder why, but there is a kind of a special climate in this region where summertime is not necessarily the period where the sea conditions are the best for the crossing. So there is a period between September end of the year where the numbers increase in this route, which is opposite to what happens in Central and Eastern Mediterranean. So the recent coups of Niger and Gabon have destabilized the broader area. People smugglers will fully exploit favorable weather conditions and the fact that their cayucos can accommodate up to 200 persons, thus increasing the risk of fatalities related to the sea crossings. And this is a reality in this region. Possible large-scale movements of third country nationals to Mauritania could also increase flows towards the Canary Islands. Therefore, the situation requires constant monitoring and readiness to adjust operational response to possible new challenges. Now, if we look into the Eastern Mediterranean, the Greek authorities registered in their area of the sea border with Turkey 463 increased migratory flow compared with the last year. It's a huge increase. So last year we had quite a stable situation. Then we saw this peak. What is behind this peak? Behind this peak is some Turkish policies towards mainly Syrian refugees that were living in Turkey. There were measures that obliged Syrian nationals that were based in big cities like Istanbul, Izmir, or Ankara to return to the areas where they were registered, which probably are areas very close to the Syrian border. And this policy created then, obviously, this trend and gave good opportunity for sure for criminal networks to promote then the sea crossings towards Greece. Then we have another element which is quite important and is relatively recent, which is the temporary exemption by the Greek Asylum Service of 6 nationalities for undergoing asylum interviews. And this might create a pull factor and a trend of nationality swapping, because it is known for sure by criminal networks, and they will advise migrants to arrive and claim they are one of these 6 nationalities, since this creates a situation where they can move faster from the islands to the mainland, and then from the mainland, although they are in the centers for processing the asylum procedures, these are open centers, so they can easily continue through the secondary routes, which are mainly going through the Western Balkans. And last but not least, I would like to refer to the Hamas attack in Israel and the response of Israel Defense Forces. And this, as you know, created hundreds of people that are killed, hundreds of people that are stranded, and this has an impact that is not only remaining in this specific area. We see that these dramatic events unfold in a complicated geopolitical and economic context, which could influence Palestinian communities beyond Gaza and potential galvanize proxy engagements in the region. Iranian-backed Hezbollah, a key player in Lebanon, issued statements in support of the Hamas attacks and fired rockets in the Lebanese-Israeli border area also. Lebanon hosts 1.5 million Syrians and around 200 to 300,000 Palestinians, and is also facing a deep economic crisis and growing popular discontent of migration. So overall, these developments will have impact in the migratory flows, also from these regions and towards Turkey, Lebanon, Syria, and Egypt, also using the Mediterranean route to reach Europe. Now, what is the role of Frontex in all of this? And maybe before going to the role of Frontex in all these scenarios, maybe what is important here today for this audience, and I looked into the panels and the speakers in the panels, I think you will have different approaches from different people, both on the legislative, EU institutions, academics, researchers, so I think it's a good panel. I might be the strange animal in this panel because we are an European agency with a very specific mandate. We do border management in support of the member states, so I'm really in a more limited scope. But I would hope that during the sessions today, you will get views from where the political, the legislative areas of the EU, but also then looking into the humanitarian organizations, researchers, academics, how all of them can contribute somehow to create better conditions in a very complex environment, which is the one of migration. Migration has many different dimensions, if you think about it. If you think about economic dimension, we know and we hear all the time, Europe needs more migrants to sustain its economy. Then you have the humanitarian dimension. Most of these people are actually fleeing from very difficult situations, conflicts, consequences of the climate change that impose to them to leave the regions where they live because there are no conditions to continue living there, looking for better lives. Then you have the security issues, and this is more related to our area of activity. When we talk about border security, we don't talk necessarily about stopping migrants to enter, but we need to know who is crossing the borders, because there is a dimension on security, on terrorism, on fighting cross-border crime. There is the dimension of this cross-border crime fighting, because most of the migrants are actually exploited when being trafficked or smuggled to the EU. And we need to have a strong role in fighting the criminal networks that are exploiting all these migrants and that sometimes put them in very dangerous trips in order to reach their destination in very non-human, let me use this word, non-human and reckless situations at sea. Then comes, linked to that, comes the safety. And safety is how can we do better to prevent that people die in the sea. I didn't bring the figures, but when you look into the dimension of the Mediterranean Sea, it's quite a huge one. And it's quite difficult, even with the modern technology that we use, to have a view on what is happening all over. Plus, the type of vessels that are used by the traffickers, this is not something even a satellite sometimes can spot so easily, not to mention the other types of surveillance systems that are even more limited. So this is a really, really huge challenge to sometimes save lives at sea. The action as such of saving lives at sea, it's a dangerous one most of the times, depending on the sea conditions, on what are the conditions of the boats that are used. I can give you an example. Now from Tunisia, we are seeing these metal boats, metal shift boats that are being used mainly to transfer the migrants. These are like sailing coffins, because I saw some of them when I was in Lampedusa this year. This is rusty metal that was sometimes even glued, not even done in a proper way, but actually glued and put at sea with migrants on board. It's a danger for the migrants, but it's also a danger for the boats that come out to their rescue, because you have to be very careful how to approach these metal structures. Because if you sink your vessel that is going to save the migrants, you are not doing a good work. So it's really a complicated also activity to save lives at sea. And I think all these dimensions, and okay, I'm not going to external relation dimensions, how can we better support countries of origin, how can we have better international cooperation with other non-EU countries that could eventually support and prevent some of the migratory flows. There are certain geopolitical aspects that are very difficult, including the wars, so it's very sensitive and very difficult to deal with. But we need to look into the EU and how can we better support and how can we better manage all this migratory phenomenon. One of the elements we can consider is what is the role of the EU as a whole, what is the role of the member states individually, and what is the role of the EU agencies. There are several EU agencies that work in this domain. Frontex is one of them. And now I would like to share a little bit with you how Frontex, within its competencies, can actually support the member states. So Frontex has developed a capacity, which is a growing capacity, with the creation, with the regulation 2019, of a European Standing Corps. This is a standing corps that is composed of the agency's officers and two types of deployments by the member states, one long-term, one short-term. And this is the first uniformed force of the EU to handle border management. So Frontex holds the expertise, the capacity, and the technical equipment, both deployed by the member states or acquired by the agency, to support the member states on better management of the borders. And this is what we do. We deploy our resources in big numbers, around 3,000 officers currently at the external borders of the EU, hundreds of technical equipment in the form of aircrafts, vessels, surveillance systems, all the equipment that is needed to really surveil and protect the border, but also with teams for what we call the screening. Screening is the first registration of people that cross the border, and their role is not only to determine who this person is, but they also have a role in determining, does these people need protection? Do they need protection? Does this person need to be referred because this person is a person in danger or in need of any sort of protection? This is an important role of our migration management teams that are deployed in disembarkation points or in cross-border points, and that help the local authorities with doing this. And then we have another area, which are the debriefers. The debriefers that are done normally, interviews on a voluntary basis, they try to understand the phenomenon. So how did these people arrive here? What kind of networks were behind? What were the route that they took? So what happened to these people? And this is more to collect information that then another agency, Europol, can use in trying to tackle the criminal networks that are behind the trafficking of these people. So this is important. So there are, I would say, I hope not forget any important agency, but there are 3 agencies that are very relevant in this work. It's Frontex with the border management, EUAA with the support on the asylum processes, so the Agency for Asylum, and then Europol for the fighting of the networks behind and dealing with these phenomenons of trafficking and smuggling of human beings. And these 3 agencies are really cooperating very closely, especially in these areas of the Mediterranean. So both in Greece and in Italy, we have the so-called hotspots where agencies have standard operating procedures to work together and to complement each other. So this is one of the areas where we can actually support in border management. Then we also have a monitoring and analysis capacity where we are supporting the member states of better understanding. And the information that I gave you in the beginning, this comes from this division in the agency where we are looking into the border picture. We look to the situational picture at the external border, and we look beyond, and we try to understand phenomena, and we try to share with the member states this information in order to have better preparedness. Then we have a capacity building area where we help member states to find the best solutions for whatever activities it takes in the external border. And this goes from surveillance systems to simple systems for you to easily cross the border crossing points when you are traveling abroad or returning to the EU. All these divisions complement each other in preparedness, capacity to respond, and implementation of support. This is a quite comprehensive structure of the agency that we want to keep. There is then another dimension which is normally led by the European Commission, but where Frontex plays a role, which is the cooperation with non-European countries, especially the ones that are neighboring the EU. And here, the European Commission already managed to sign some of the status agreements that are needed for the agencies to cooperate. And in this frame, I can tell you that we have operational activities in countries outside the EU, like Moldova, like North Macedonia, Albania, Serbia, and Montenegro. So we have activities there that have the same components and the same compositions as the one we do at the external borders of the EU. And we also cooperate with the European Commission many times more on capacity building projects where we bring our expertise to implement all these European standards and principles of border management, humanitarian aspects, fundamental rights aspects in these countries that are not binded by EU regulations, but they are neighboring our countries. We have one last component I would like to mention. We have, for the monitoring and safeguard of fundamental rights, the agency has both one internal fundamental rights office, with the fundamental rights officer in front of it. It's quite a big team nowadays. It's an independent structure inside the agency, which has currently more than 40 fundamental rights monitors. These monitors not only help us to develop operational plans that are more framed by the fundamental rights principles, but they are entitled in our operational areas to monitor all the activities whenever they wish to go. They participate in the operational activities, and they are there not only to recommend the best practice, but to raise the concerns. So they have this role. And then we have a consultative forum for fundamental rights, which is a forum composed by international organizations and non-governmental organizations. I cannot list them all, but if you go to our website, you can see them. But we have UNHCR, the Council of Europe, Save the Children, IOM, Fundamental Rights Agency, just to mention some of them, but there are quite many more. There should be, I don't know, around 20. And they are also the advisory body of the agency at the level of the management board and executive director, and they work very closely also with our operations. Just this year, they visited at least three operational areas. One of them was Italy. So they were in Italy this year. They go there, they can talk with all the structures that are there, also recommending best practices, pointing out things that need improvement. And I think this is also of great value. So just to give you an idea, especially for those that eventually don't know so much the agency in detail, these are the areas where we are operating. And I think I will stop here. I think you will hear much more from the other panelists. And I think we will have opportunity for some questions still.
Yes, if you are so kind. That would be great.
I will go there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Director. So we have 15 minutes for questions. I invite you to ask them. If you do want to ask a question, you have to come up to the microphone that's over there, because we are recording this and broadcasting on YouTube and Facebook. So just let me know if there are questions. I have an immediate one, because that was extremely interesting when you talked about the Fundamental Rights Office. And the theme for the Migration Nest, Natolin Academy for Migration for this year is human rights. So did I understand you correctly that an officer, a fundamental rights or human rights, as I understand, officer, accompanies all Frontex operations, is on every vessel or at the screening of people? Where exactly and how much are they involved in the process?
Okay, thank you. Maybe I can start already answering this question. Yes, there is a fundamental rights officer, which is an independent element in the agency that follows all the operational activities. Of course, they don't have the capacity to be in every vessel all the time, but they have teams of monitors, and these monitors, they go to the field very often. They plan their visits to the field, they go to the operational areas. Once they are in the operational areas, they can select which activities they want to follow. So they can come and say, okay, in my plan, I would like to be on that vessel, I would like to go on that patrol, on that land patrol, I would like to be in the interviews of the migrants, I want to speak with the local authorities, I want to speak with the authorities that are working, for instance, in the camps in Greece. There are many. They normally engage also with NGOs or international organizations working in that area. So they have a full picture of all these activities. They are not permanently there because the dimension is not, they don't have such a big team that could cope with that, but they can definitely go as many times as they want, and they are entitled to decide what they want to see. So they have been in patrols with aircrafts, they have been in patrols with vessels, they have been in land patrols, and in all the activities that we do as a follow-up of the interception of migrants.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I invite questions. There's one. Please come up to the mic. The other one, if
Intimidating. This makes more sense. So my question is, about the illegality of migration, because you mentioned some different causes of increased criminal routes of migration, and you mentioned like Turkish policies, you also mentioned like different conflicts around the world. And I also wanted to ask if you think there's a development of like an increased amount of actions that are considered criminal, and how criminal action is defined by Frontex.
Okay, thank you for that question, which actually helps me to elaborate in an area that was not in my presentation. Well, Frontex has a component in its mandate, which is we should also, when acting at the borders, try to prevent or detect criminal activities, cross-border criminal activities, including terrorism. So this is actually in our regulation. What we developed since we have this regulation 2019 is a team that works pretty closely with Europol, especially in the activities covered by the pact, which is the European Multi-Purpose Pact on fighting cross-border crime. So maybe it's not exact. These acronyms always kill me, and this one is one of those that definitely kills me, but this is about the EU policy cycle and the areas where Europe identifies the top priorities on fighting cross-border crime. So the main target, when I'm talking about criminality, we are not talking about migrants, obviously. We are talking about criminal networks, facilitators, people that exploit the migrants in order to bring them then through sometimes very dangerous routes to reach the European continent. And there are several activities in the frame of this impact environment, where Frontex, as the agency that works at the first line of the border, can actually collect a lot of evidence on what are the facilitators or the criminal networks behind the exploitation of migrants. We don't have investigative powers, so this belongs to Europol. So this is why there is a close cooperation with Europol and a close work that all the information that is collected in the external borders related to criminal activities. And here, then obviously, when you are working at the external border, then you also cover areas of drugs, trafficking, weapons trafficking, even environmental crime, fisheries. We have good cooperation with the fishery agency, the European Fishery Agency, EFCA, and also the European Maritime Safety Agency, EMSA. We have a tripartite agreement when we are operating at sea to cover all Coast Guard functions in our area related to criminal activities. So this is the scope, the big scope of our Coast Guard functions. Our agency is called European Border and Coast Guard Agency, so we also cover this area, and the idea is to be able either to identify the victims when they are in the first line of the border. We have dedicated programs for that. We developed a program called Vega Children. Vega Children was an handbook developed with several NGOs and international organizations to support the border guards in the first line to identify children in danger. And this is one of the roles that we consider a very important role of the first line officers, is to really identify people that are in danger and that should be referred, and to see if they can identify any facilitator or criminal that is accompanying, or that is with the children, if they are accompanied by someone, if this is really the legal tutor, or this is someone just trying to get them in for exploitation. We actually had, and this is interesting, when the war started in Ukraine and people start fleeing through the borders of the EU countries, what did we witness? Most of these people were women, children, and old people, because men could not come. Men were stranded there for military purpose. So we saw that the first waves of people were people that had any connections, families, etc. in the EU side, and they could be hosted immediately, and they were not in so much danger. But in between and amongst these people, there were a lot of people that were just crossing the border, and once on the other side, they were lost. And what we could find on the other side was already some vans and people ready to approach these women and children and to offer support. And this needed to be monitored. Who are these people? Because there were a lot of voluntary people doing with good heart and goodwill, but there were always also amongst them some criminal networks involved in trying to exploit and traffic these people. So this was one of the actions we deployed immediately in the Romanian and Moldovan and Slovakian border, experts in this area. Good cooperation with Europol, good cooperation with Interpol, because the phenomenon doesn't stop there. Whoever comes across then needs to be followed up, and then it's not on us anymore. I hope I answered your question.
There's another one. Please come up to the mic. Can I just very briefly follow up on that? So when a Frontex vessel, because I understand there are vessels that you run, comes across a boat, obviously these are always decrepit sort of small boats. Is the person who runs the boat, like physically runs it, is that person immediately sort of suspected of being the smuggler? Or I always wondered whether the people who run the boats are the migrants themselves or it's someone else.
You have both. You have both. Of course, sometimes they kind of teach the migrant how to steer it, which normally it's bad because normally this leads into even more dangerous situation. Sometimes they put skippers which are linked with the criminal network, so we consider these ones as facilitators. Of course, this is then investigated by the member state that takes over the investigation. But in many cases, we just conclude that they gave some kind of instruction to the migrant, and they put it on the steer of the boat. And I think very quickly you can kind of, and also you can see it. But also, what is important for that is the interviews that I mentioned that are on a voluntary basis, because then the migrants that were on board, they will tell you how this was done. And then you can, either they tell you, no, they gave us a kind of a compass and they told us, no, steer on that direction. Or they say, no, this person was one of them and was steering the boat. I mean, it's like every criminal investigation, isn't it? I will not say it's 100% accurate, but in general, I think we can distinguish one from the other.
Thank you for this talk so far. My name is Jelle van Wijngaard. I'm from the Netherlands. And I have a question somewhat related to this criminal aspect of the smuggling, which is we often see smugglers who put migrants on these small boats as sort of the problem and as criminal. But I wonder, at what point do they become criminal? For example, let's say that they actually have a decent boat. Are they then still criminal? And if so, then what would be the legal route for what we call legal migrants, so those who actually are fleeing from, for example, a war? How should they come to Europe, if not through those people that have boats and bring them to Europe?
That's an excellent question, and the one to which I cannot offer you really an answer, because it's not in my domain. This is part of the complex migration management area as a whole, you know, because I'm talking basically about illegal ways of getting in the EU. I cannot tell you about the legal ways because it's not an area that I know, and the area that I can have any kind of interference with. Maybe, I don't know, you will get from other panelists what the EU has been developing as a migratory policy, because I mentioned there are economic reasons to get migrants in Europe. There are humanitarian reasons why we should, if we want to keep the European spirit and principles, host people that are in need of protection or in need of fleeing unbearable living situations. And then there should be a legal path also to get to Europe. But I would refrain here to be the one speaking on this, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Yes, I hope you will get an answer, and we will all talk about the regular avenues for migration to the EU from North Africa and Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa. There is a thesis which is corroborated by research that, and also international documents such as the Global Compact on Migration, that the more avenues for legal migration, the lesser the illegal migration pressures. So in that sense, your question is very potent and valid. We have time for one last question. I saw your hand. You decide between yourselves. Go ahead. One or two, maybe we can take both.
Well, I think mine will be very brief. Anyways, I am Brando Tantucci. I come from Italy. And my question was specifically about the internal humanitarian aid office. I guess you talked about that earlier, the independent body. Yeah, the acronyms are killing me too. So the question was, does this body operate just for internal authorities of EU countries, or can it also ask questions for non-EU authorities? For example, I mean, Tunisia could be Tunisia, right? Could be other countries in the Mediterranean. And the second question would be, if the data they recovered...
Which body do you mean exactly?
It was told that they could operate independently from Frontex. They could, for example...
the Fundamental Rights Office?
Yes, yes, that office. Or maybe it was another one.
This is an element that belongs to the agency, so it operates only within the agency frame. But of course, we have this consultative forum, which is more broad, and with international organizations and NGOs. I mean, they are not closing the eye to what is happening around and to the reports, and including the Fundamental Rights Agency, which is a much broader agency in that sense. It's part of our consultative forum. Normally, our Fundamental Rights Office is focused on the fundamental rights implementation and monitoring in our activities, because this is the frame of their work. But when they recommend or when they assess situations, of course, they look into the bigger picture and they take into account reports from many international organizations. They don't, as far as I know, I never heard that they ever engaged with any third country as such. So, but for instance, we have operations in Serbia, we have operations in North Macedonia, we have operations in Moldova. As we have operations there, then there they can do exactly the same work, but not then broader than that.
Depends on the specific countries, like maybe some authorities are more open to these consultations or not?
No, this comes with Frontex. If Frontex goes in and it starts an operation in one area, independently of it is EU territory or outside, we have an operational plan that needs to be agreed with the country where the operation is being based. And inside this operational plan, there are several components on fundamental rights and the role of the Fundamental Rights Office and the Fundamental Rights Monitor. So whenever we implement with the full package, and they have the same rights as they have at the EU territory.
Okay, thank you.
So we have time for one last question. Yours?
Thank you so much. I would like to ask if maybe we could have like a broader explanation on Frontex strategies, specific strategies to prevent human catastrophes at sea. Like, I'm coming from Spain, so we often hear about this tragic loss of lives at a very mass scale level. So what are some of the specific strategies that Frontex has in place to prevent this from happening? Thank you.
Thank you. Very important question.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question, which allows me to again explain an area that was not covered in the presentation. When we have operations in the sea domain, well, there is one principle that goes above any other thing, and I think this is valid for any vessel that is at sea, anyone that works at sea, which is Saving lives is the first and most important objective when you are at sea. So how does Frontex support with that? In the areas where we operate, there are two dimensions. One is the surveillance dimension. So we have aircrafts, both deployed by member states or under a framework contract of Frontex. And the aim of these aircrafts, especially in the central Mediterranean, because this is where I said it's very difficult, because it's a huge sea, so you cannot really visualize what is happening all the time. So the role of these aircrafts is to early detect potential boats at risk and potential boats moving towards Europe. When they sight any boat that is in distress, they can then release, depending on the gravity of how they assess the situation, they can either release a request for a SAR or even release a broader mayday that anyone that is sailing in the region and close to this, because we give the geographic coordinates, that is close to these geographic coordinates to be able to go there and rescue these people. Then we have the capacity that we put at sea. They are restricted to our operational areas, but whenever there is a boat in distress that is identified, then all our resources that are in the region, also in the area of the SAR, that can arrive in a reasonable time to do anything, they are totally allocated for that activity. So they will stop doing the surveillance mode, they will start going on search and rescue mode, and they are involved in all the steps of the search and rescue. Of course, at national level, okay, I'm not going too in depth in this, otherwise it would be too long, but there is international regulations, there are international regulations aiming to regulate the search and rescue at sea. This is not EU legislation, this is international legislation. It's well defined, it's well in place. Member states have a responsibility, countries all over the world have their own responsibility related to their SAR regions. And once Frontex detects a boat in distress, it is the authority that is responsible for search and rescue at a specific member state or third country that takes over the coordination of the search and rescue. So every asset that we have that can be used by this coordinating structure is immediately put under their control. The other component where we support in a more strategic way is with our Coast Guard function element, and we have a sector which is a Coast Guard function sector. We organized on a yearly basis in our operational areas and with the member states SAR exercises. So this aim in create better preparedness, especially when you have different types of vessels coming from different types of countries operating in a common area, to better prepare them for the situations where a search and rescue needs to take place. And let's face it, in some of these areas, most of the incidents that we have, or most of the detections that we have in sea, end up becoming search and rescue actions.
Thank you very much. We've gone 6 minutes over the time allotted to this morning's session. But the questions and the presentation were so interesting. I think we could talk for hours about that, and I immediately have a lot of questions, hoping that you will be able to give us your time during the coffee break. So we reconvene in 10 minutes at 11:45 for the first panel here again. Thank you very much, Madam Director, for spending this morning with us. We want to know about Frontex more because we feel that there's not enough information also in the public sphere about the agency's work.
Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best for your future.
Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where knowledge. Imagine a place. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin.
Ana Cristina JORGE for her informative and quite insightful keynote speech that framed comprehensively the current situation and the challenges in the Mediterranean Sea in terms of migration. Now we will proceed with the first panel discussion with the title The Phenomenon and its Old and New Causes. The Mediterranean, a region with a rich cultural heritage and historical significance, has in recent times become a stage for profound human mobility. Just to mention that according the Frontex risk analysis for 2023 and 2024, the Central Mediterranean route and the Eastern Mediterranean route were the two of the most active migration routes in the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean Sea constitutes a sea for hope for people who flee their motherlands seeking a better future. However, at the same time, the Mediterranean unfortunately has witnessed numerous human tragedies and significant loss of lives. The causes of migration are complex and interwoven, ranging from political stability and armed conflicts to economic disparities and climate change. Today's discussion aims to foster a deeper understanding of these root causes. At this point, I would like to present you the speakers of this diverse and endurance panel, which will have a hybrid, I would say, form. Simply will start with a special online intervention. Sir Fernando López Aguilar, who is member of the European Parliament of the SND political party, is going to deliver a recorded video speech. He's also chair of the Libya committee. And then we have the honor to host in person here at the campus Madame Eleonora Milagro, who's currently a joint research fellow at the European Policy Center and the Royal Institute for International Affairs, Madame Tasnim Abderrahim, who's analyst in the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, based in Malta, Lorenzo Pipari, who's a research fellow for the Migration Policy Center and the Robert Schuman Center and the European University Institute. And finally, Sir Simon Pogozewski, who is policy officer in the DG Home at the European Commission. From now on, and without any further delay, I would like to pass the floor to our distinguished guests, and of course my colleague Eddie, who is going to moderate the first panel. Keep in mind that at the end of the discussion, a Q&A session will follow, and you will have the opportunity to discuss and exchange views with our panelists. Thank you very much.
Okay, excuse me, we already have time constraints. So thank you, Yelena, for the really nice introduction of our distinguished guests. I think that without further ado, we should proceed with our first speaker, the MEP Juan Fernando López Aguilar, with his video address.
I'm only sorry I can make it personally, but I can share with you some thoughts about the matter of our concern. You know that I'm chairing the Libya Committee, which is a committee of Liberty, Justice, Home Affairs for some years now.
Okay, in the meantime, maybe we should proceed with our guests that have done us the honor to be here in person. So, as you may see in the program, today's first panel will explore the old and new causes of migration in the Mediterranean region, and thus I would like to inaugurate this panel addressing a question to Ms. Eleonora Milagro, whose research is focused on climate-induced migration. And since the title of the first panel is the phenomenon and its old and new causes, I would like to ask, it is usually perceived as a new cause for migration. Is it really? And what does it consist of?
Asylum package under the name of common European
whichever way you want, actually. Whichever you prefer. You can speak from the couch or from the podium.
9 pieces of legislation is the European asylum.
And so the microphone will be here. Okay, great. Thank you very much for the introduction. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. I would like to start this brief intervention by showing you this picture, because it's a Saturday morning for all of us, so I thought we could start with a picture. And I have the pointer here. Thank you. Right, so I came across this picture. It's a poster, in fact, on my way to here yesterday at the airport. I was looking for the right key to answer your questions, and I thought this could be a good starting point. So the poster is obviously about tourism. It's by two airline companies that you can see here. It made me think that the tourism is a form of mobility too. I'm sure you know better than I do that when it comes to needing a visa to travel, to move across borders, even tourism is a form of mobility that might be precluded to some. And I'm sure we're going to hear more about that. So what the poster wants to convey is also an image of an open and welcoming continent. In opposition, one might say, or at least this is the undertone to the European continent. So we won't discuss now whether this is always the case or not. Maybe we will later. But let me share 3 thoughts about this image that I think can help us make sense of why people move and the phenomenon of migration policies around people moving across borders. So the first point that I would like to make, and while I do that, I will focus on climate-induced migration. The first point is that people move for reasons that are extremely diversified and are hard to map and disentangle. So human mobility linked to environmental drivers is a very good example for that. As you were saying, it is a long-standing phenomenon that is likely to intensify as global climate change triggers more internal and international migration and displacement. But what we know is that in some cases the link between climate change and migration is direct. So to give you an example, in Somalia, there was a severe drought recently that displaced around 1 million people, mostly within the country itself. In other cases, instead, climate change overlaps with other drivers of migration. So we really talk about drivers rather than causes for migration. And this include economic factors, the availability of jobs, livelihoods, and general social economic conditions, as well as obviously conflict, violence, political unrest, and so on. So the way in which climate change compels people to move is less direct in this cases. And in fact, while economic reasons always score the highest in terms of factors impacting people's decision to migrate, climate change as such has a much more nuanced role as a driver of migration. So for example, to give you some numbers here, the Mixed Migration Center conducted a survey in 2022 where it was found that, for example, in Central Africa, just 5% of migrants declared that they moved for environmental reasons, while at the same time 50% of the same people, when they were asked whether the environment had in fact affected their decision to move, they responded positively. So here we see that there's no, a clear correlation between the two things. The factors are hard to map and disentangle. And so the way climate change interacts with migration drivers is not straightforward, and even the data that we have about it are to be taken very carefully. Then this leads me to the second point, which is that we have no mass climate migration to the EU or to Europe. So, and so maybe we can unpack the second point, because there's a lot there. So the first point that I would make here is that Europe is not the main destination for humanitarian migrants now. So when the poster refers to Africa as a welcoming place, as a welcoming continent, we might as well sort of read into that the fact that the highest numbers of humanitarian migrants are not in the EU, for example, indeed some of the top hosting countries for humanitarian migrants are in the so-called global south. This interacts as well with vulnerability to climate change. We know that climate-related migration and displacement are going to affect primarily low and middle income countries in sub-Saharan Africa, in Asia Pacific and Latin America. These countries are, as I was saying, also the top hosting countries, so they host a disproportionate, one might say, share of refugees worldwide. And again here, Somalia is a very good example because it's one of the countries that are most vulnerable to climate change, and it hosts around 3 million humanitarian migrants. The second point I think that we should make here is that Europe is not going to be the most affected, the place in the world most affected by climate change in the future. For sure, we feel the effects of climate change every day. There's sort of increasing awareness about that, but rather than being a phenomenon of mass migration, what we know, the rapid climate or nature disaster-driven mobility are mostly going to be internal and not cross borders, and temporary rather than permanent. So again, just to give you some numbers here, in 2022 there were 33 million people displaced by the disasters, but these displacement situations force people to move within their countries, and these people ended up coming back to their country of origin by the end, or to their place of origin by the end of the year. So what is possibly more concerning for us in this part of the world is the so-called slow onset migration driven by climate change. In this type of migration results from the impact of climate change, so the long-term impact of climate change on agriculture, for example, livelihoods, but also conflict over land use, resources, and so on. And so this type of so-called slow onset migration resulting from climate change can act as so in this case, climate change can act as an amplifier, and people might be forced to move further away from their home. But the point, and also the conflicting numbers in a way that I told you about, is that we often start discussions about migration from very sort of worrisome predictions about mass movements towards Europe, while in fact we cannot draw any conclusive and easy causal link between about the way climate change is going to interact with other drivers of migration. And then I would like to get to my last point. Maybe I want in the slide at least. So the third point, which I think is supposed to be the most important one, and also speak, I think, to the conversation that we were having earlier this morning, is that policy by state and non-state actors shape migration in fact. So migration, as we know very well, is a human phenomenon. It results both from individual and collective decision making, and is also embedded in the social context where we live. So here is the third point. It can be influenced by policy making, or what we call global opportunity structures. So this means that it is shaped by the way the movement across borders is facilitated or limited, so entry regulations, asylum and protection system, the presence of facilitators, smuggling networks, and so on. So there are political institutional drivers to migration that might constrain or facilitate it, and also produce, in a way, irregular and unsafe migration. So climate change will be a cause, or even better, a driver of migration, depending, to some extent, we could say, depending on the measures that will be taken to ensure that people are less vulnerable to the effects of environmental degradations, and also have an opportunity to move if they need or wish to do so. So, for example, I think it's interesting to see that the World Bank expects around 200 million people to migrate internally by 2050 for loss of livelihood, but they expect this same figure to go down of about 80% to 44 million with mitigation and adaptation measures. But what climate-driven migration is going to be about also depends on other policies. So, for example, droughts can lead to internal displacement and feed into dynamics of civil war, and especially in a context of income insecurity. So in some cases, this is a dynamic that is understood to have been behind the civil war in Syria, for example. So a situation of economic insecurity because of state policies or lack of appropriate state policies can further sort of contribute to these dynamics. And as I was saying, as a third point, the way climate change, the extent to which climate change will be a driver of migration will depend on whether people will have access to the resources to move. First and foremost, legal pathways. So state and non-state actors contribute to shaping whether individuals will be able to remain where they are, or whether they will be able to move, and how safely and legally they will in fact be able to do that. So when people migrate in irregular, unplanned, risky ways, I think we're going to hear more about this, they do so largely because of the lack of alternative channels to migrate regularly. And when it comes to climate migration, as for other sort of causes, there is in other cases, there is little appetite, I would say, to expand those legal pathways, including asylum or resettlement, for example. So the way we interpret the reasons for why people move is to a large extent the product of the way we regulate migration. And I think the case of climate-induced migration is a good example of that. I will leave it at that, I think, unless you have more questions.
I was just about to ask you to raise your concluding remarks, so...
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your insightful presentation.
Thank you.
I would like to remind to our audience that there will be a Q&A session after this panel, so due to time constraints, I won't allow follow-up questions for the time being, but you will have the opportunity to ask the questions you want afterwards. But we'll see how the flow of the discussion evolves. So without further ado, I would like to, first of all, thank Ms. Milazo and yield the floor to Ms. Tasnim Abderrahim, an analyst for the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime in Malta. She will focus on the role of Tunisia and the migration routes in the Mediterranean, as well as the phenomenon of human smuggling. So please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and thanks everyone for attending today. I'm very pleased to be here. As was said, I will focus my remarks on the situation in Tunisia and migration into and out of the country. So, as was mentioned this morning, there has been an important surge in arrivals in Italy this year, primarily through Libya and Tunisia, but the majority of these departures occurred via Tunisia, which has replaced Libya as the main embarkation point towards Italy since late last year. So far this year, over 93,000 people embarked from Tunisia and arrived in Italy. So this is actually a substantial increase in comparison to last year, when less than 30,000 people arrived from and via Tunisia. Now, it's important to note that the significant increase in migration from Tunisia has been mainly driven by sub-Saharan departures through the country. If you look at the composition of people who are moving through Tunisia, there are less than 17,000 Tunisians who reached Italy this year, out of a total of 93,000 people. There are varied foreign nationalities from Western African countries and Eastern African countries who are arriving in Italy, including people from Guinea, Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Sudan. Now, historically, transmigration from Tunisia has been limited in the sense that usually the people who leave from Tunisia are Tunisians themselves. So transit migration is a fairly recent phenomenon, something that we have seen increase over the last 2 years. As was said by Eleanor, irregular migration can be driven by various factors, including the search for better economic opportunities, the perception of better opportunities in destination countries, poor governance in the countries of origin, instability and conflict that lead to displacement of people. But it's important to note that individual decisions to migrate can be influenced by a combination of factors. So going back to the point of rising departures from Tunisia, I will try to explain why we have seen this change in Tunisia's role in the regional migration landscape. So basically, rising departures of sub-Saharan migrants from Tunisia can be partly explained by the expanding size of the sub-Saharan community in the country. It's difficult to find reliable numbers on the number of undocumented migrants living in the country, but based on anecdotal evidence and what we see in Tunisia, there has been a considerable increase in the number of people arriving in the country over the past decade. So in terms of modes of mobility, how do migrants arrive in Tunisia? What we have seen over the last 10 years is that the majority of these arrivals were facilitated by the lack of visa requirement for several countries in West Africa, including Ivory Coast and Guinea. This means that most migrants have arrived in the country legally and by commercial air travel, and then stay on in the country beyond after their visas or after the allowed time to stay in the country expires. These migrants usually live and work for various periods of time before embarking for Europe. According to our interviews that we did over the last few years, a lot of people came into Tunisia with the intention of staying in the country. Later on, within 3-4 years, as the economic situation in Tunisia got increasingly difficult, they made the decision to move on to Europe. Also, migrants were attracted to Tunisia because it was seen as a relatively safe environment for migrants in North Africa in comparison to Libya, for instance. In Tunisia, most undocumented migrants can find jobs in agriculture, construction, and the services. They are obviously employed informally, but it's also important to note that the informal economy in Tunisia accounts for over 50% of economic activities. So a lot of Tunisians also work in the informal sector. Now, over the past 2-3 years, basically since the COVID-19 crisis, we have seen a change in how migrants arrive in Tunisia, in the sense that there was an increase in people arriving through land borders with Algeria to a greater extent, and with Libya to a much lesser extent. These first departures from Algeria and via Algeria to Tunisia was driven by the impact of the COVID-19 crisis on livelihoods in the countries of origin and in Algeria. Also, an important number of migrants although it's difficult to provide reliable estimates, but left Algeria and arrived in Tunisia to avoid the risk of deportation from Algeria. In terms of arrivals, some recent change that we have seen in Tunisia over this year is an increasing number in the arrivals of asylum seekers, mainly Sudanese nationals who are fleeing the conflict which erupted earlier this year in the country. We are not speaking huge numbers, but still several thousand asylum seekers have reached the country as they search for a safe place. Several thousand arrive in Tunisia, but also many arrived in Libya and in Chad, in Egypt. However, the situation in Tunisia, as I said, due to the economic situation and due to current tensions around the presence of undocumented migrants, and Tunisia lacks an asylum law, so this appears, at least according to preliminary data, to be motivating Sudanese nationals to continue onward to Europe. As Eleanor mentioned, cross-border movement and human smuggling is important in the facilitation of movement, of irregular migration. So we see that in the Tunisian context, cross-border movement all the way from the countries of origin to Tunisia and via Algeria into Tunisia was largely facilitated, is being facilitated by smuggling networks that operate in the transport of migrants. And here it's important to flag again that the phenomenon of irregular migration is closely linked to the options of mobility that can be available to migrants. In the context of the intensification of the drivers of mobility and coupled with the lack of legal avenues for mobility, that creates a fertile ground for the proliferation of smuggling networks that provide transport services to migrants. But I mean, this human smuggling phenomena isn't recent, obviously, and these migration movements usually follow well-established human smuggling routes. So we have seen this interplay between the demand for migration and the proliferation of human smuggling or smuggling activities in Tunisia in terms of maritime departures from the country, in the sense that the increase in arrivals of migrants from different sub-Saharan countries in Tunisia and the increased demand for mobility to Europe led to an increase in the activities of human smuggling networks and led to a sophistication also in the methods in how these smuggling groups work. So basically, as one example, human smuggling groups diversify their offer to migrants by proposing different types of embarkations, different prices, and we have seen since late last year and mostly this year a substantial increase in the use of metal boats, which can be extremely dangerous and have led to an increase in shipwrecks of the coast of Tunisia. So that's all from my side. I'll leave it out there. I'm happy to answer any questions in the Q&A. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And indeed, we do have time for a couple of questions. Are there any in the house? So I may grant myself a question. I would like to ask you to make it to draw for us the distinction between the notions of human smuggling and human trafficking, because I have noticed that especially in media outlets, but also many organizations even, tend to confuse the two.
Yes, indeed. There is often some confusion between the two concepts. I mean, legally both human smuggling and human trafficking are criminalized, considered criminal activities. The key difference is that human trafficking involves an element of coercion, of exploitation. That is, migrants can find themselves in situations of exploitation for forced labor or for sex trafficking. However, the difference is that in human smuggling, basically smugglers offer services to migrants that can be asked, that migrants have sought to access. However, in different contexts, sometimes the situation can get blurry, and it's possible that some migrants start their journeys as a human smuggling, but then find themselves in situations of exploitation and human trafficking.
Thank you very much for making the distinction. So this way, we will shift to the next presentation, mainly revolving around the main theme of the Academy of Migration Nest this year, which, as our coordinator mentioned in her speech, will be migration and human rights. So in that sense, I will yield the floor to Mr. Lorenzo Piccoli, from the Migration Policy Center, Robert Schuman Center, and the European University Institute in Italy.
Yeah, a lot of acronyms, I'm sorry for that. Hi. I wanted to share with you a story of silence and voice, and I'll try to be a bit provocative, so bear with me. And it's a story in two parts. And the first part is about the root cause. Not the root cause of migration, but the root cause of why people take such dangerous journeys. Our keynote speaker earlier referred to those dangerous journeys as an odyssey. So the question is, why do you think that people take those journeys? Let's be interactive. You can talk. Yes.
In some of their origin countries, due to instability or simply because of bureaucracy.
Exactly. Yes.
It's really different. Confident just flees war or for different countries it's different.
Yes, but I want to be provocative, and I will side with Brando here. I think there are very deep reasons why people want to move. Poverty, famine, civil conflict, war. But the reason why they're ready to take very dangerous journeys, journeys that can be dangerous for their life, is that they don't have a visa. They don't have legal documents. And why don't they have a visa? I would like to talk about that briefly. Before, again, another provocation for you. This is a map. Have a look at this map. Try to notice something on this map. Apart from two things, I apologize if you come from Alaska or New Zealand. I cut them off unwillingly. They're there, they're important. What do you think this map stands for? Try to think about it for a second. I'm not going to ask you in the interest of time. This is a map that you can find on the website of the European Commission. And it's a map that shows which countries have to apply for a visa if they want to travel, if their nationals or citizens want to travel to here, to Warsaw, to the Schengen area, right? So countries in blue, of course, I came from Italy yesterday. We are in a free movement area. I didn't have to apply for anything. I just came. If you come from Canada, the US, Chile, Australia, you get a visa upon arrival, right? You arrive at the airport very fast, you get a visa. You come from Afghanistan, Taliban in power, many people persecuted. Can you get a visa upon arrival? No, you can't. You come from Somalia, civil conflict. You come from Ethiopia, also civil conflict. You can't. So you have to apply for a visa. Okay, you apply for a visa. Do you know how much does it cost to apply for a visa in Poland, for example? How much? I thought it was cheaper, actually. I thought it was $80, so maybe 99 euro. Maybe it's not a big price. Again, if you come from Iraq, it's a lot of money. Let's imagine you can go. You have the money, you apply. Will you get the visa? No, you probably don't. This is another figure. Those are the permits that are given for tourist visas. So not even visas to come for work, because there are very few visas to come from work. And it shows how they're distributed depending on different regions of the world. You can see a very high, so, and the percentage is the rate of rejection. These applications for the Schengen area. Almost 1 out of 2 persons who have the means to apply for a visa from, I think the highest dot is Algeria, gets rejected. And you can see that there is a correlation between the continent from which you apply. If you come from the African continent, quite unlikely to get a visa, okay? So that was the first part of the story. Why do people have to embark on those odysseys? Because, as also Jelle pointed out with his question earlier, well, they can't do it regularly. And this is paradoxical because in 2018, you might know, many countries, 162 countries, voted in favor of the Global Compact for Migration. The Global Compact for Migration is a non-binding text with 25 or 23 principles or ideas of how migration should be managed. And there are 3 overarching principles that those 162 countries endorse. Migration should be safe, should be regular, should be orderly. But if you don't have a visa and you want to flee war, you want to flee persecution, you want to flee famine, you want to flee poverty, you have to move irregularly. You have to move dangerously, and you have to move disorderly. Okay, I think this is the big elephant in the room that we have to think about when we think about the central Mediterranean route. Okay, so one way of trying to prevent that, and some institutions have poured a lot of money, is to tell people, look, this is dangerous. You're going to be in trouble. This is a photographic project by Francesco Bellina and Giacomo Zandonini, 2 journalists who went to different countries and documented means through which European governments try to prevent people from embarking on those journeys. Do those campaigns work? No. Researchers have done a lot of research, have asked people in what ways were you affected by those communication campaigns. They're not deterred from migrating, okay? And so they get on those very dangerous journeys. This is an old map from 2018. Have a look at this map. There are 2 things that are, or that might be misleading about this map. The first one, it gives the idea that a lot of people from Africa want to go to Europe. That's not true. Leonora already spoke about climate-induced migration is overestimated. Actually, most of the people who migrate from different countries in Africa, they stay in Africa. There are 20 million African migrants in the African continent. And there are 10 million African nationals in Europe, so half. Okay, so don't think that everyone from Africa wants to come to Europe, and be very mindful when you see those maps with arrows pointing at Europe from Africa. The second issue, and this was again already mentioned by our keynote speaker earlier, is that yes, most of the departures today through the Mediterranean happen in Tunisia and Libya, but quite a few people there, they come from other countries, not only in Africa, but also in Asia, for example. Many people fly from Pakistan, from Bangladesh, to different countries in the African continent, and then they take this route, okay? So this is something we should be mindful of. Now, the vast majority of the people who take this route, and you can actually see it from this map, they pass through Libya. In the end, especially this year in 2023, many of them depart from Tunisia, but a lot of them have to pass through Libya. And Libya, I've never been there, so I feel a bit uncomfortable talking about it, but I see in committees with UNHCR, and I've interviewed many people who have done this route, and they tell me how the situation is in Libya, but I want to let more official sources speak for the situation. Libya is a trap. This is not me. It's a trap for migrants. This is not me saying this. It's the United Nations. A recent report of the United Nations shows what migrants have to endure in Libya. It's a relatively long report. I'm just going to read out the headers of that report so we don't forget about those situations. And the headers are arbitrary detention in often inhuman conditions, torture, forced labor, also forced labor for minors and children, sexual violence, slavery, death for starvation. This is a report of the United Nations. We don't know the numbers, the exact numbers. We don't know the number of people who go missing or die in Libya, the migrants. We do know that over the last few years, governments in Europe and European institutions have invested significant amount of money in trying to support different activities in Libya. There is an estimation of 400 million euros spent by Italy and the European institutions, 400 million given to the Libyan Coast Guard. But we also know that in addition to the Libyan Coast Guard, there are, again, United Nations, at least 14 detention centers where migrants are kept. So this is what we do know. And we do know, can you please get back on the slides, that some of those people make it to the Mediterranean and embark and try to reach Greece or Italy. Italy is now the main destination place for people. But many of them, they actually die as they try to cross the Mediterranean. So we shouldn't forget about it. And once again, there is a big project by the International Organization for Migration that is called the Missing Migrants Project that tries to count the number of people who go missing in different parts of the world. In the central Mediterranean alone, last year, in 2022, there were 2,500 people who went missing, and probably more who actually died, but those are the ones that were found. Thanks for the slides. This is a picture taken by this project, the Ocean Outlaw project of a detention center in Libya with migrants crowned and detained. So I wanted to conclude in here. I said it's a story about silence and voice. Silence because there are so many things that we still do not know. Think about human rights violations in Libya and in other places as people try to embark on this route. But it's also a story of voice. I've tried to show you some evidence, some data, and some stories that different people have tried to put together. And I think we must know things as a first step if then we want to act upon them. And those information that I shared with you, they come from different sources. They come from academics, the figures I showed, they come from university projects. They come from NGOs. This is Lago Collective. There are many other NGOs and think tanks that try to collect information. They also come from international organizations. The Missing Migrant Project is a project of the International Organization for Migration, and the report has been written by the United Nations. So that's an invitation for you in the future to join the forces of those who try to have a voice and shed light where there is some darkness, and also give voice to those who have to undergo those human rights abuses. I have not spoken much about migrants themselves and how they can make their voices heard, but that is, of course, a very important part of what we want to do together, I think. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ficoli. I think that at this point, I can actually grant a question, if there is any. Of course.
Thanks. So I don't know if I should ask this at this point or maybe after we've heard from the representative of the European Commission. But I wonder, what do we know about the efficacy of the money that is given to the Libyan Coast Guard, for example? Because I mean we know from other reports about how European development aid or cooperation aid money is not well spent, for example, in Egypt. And Libya is a country in complete disarray, where corruption is just rampant. There are various sources of authority or localized authorities. I cannot envisage how a country that is not functioning as a country can effectively spend money on coast guards. Also, given that we know what has been happening to migrants detained in various centers in Libya.
Yeah, thanks. Of course, that is an excellent question. I should mention the 400 million estimate come from an investigative project by Action Aid, but there are also figures that are published on the website, for example, of the European Commission. I was looking at them yesterday, and what you can see in those figures is a general indication of how the money is spent in Libya. For example, the European institutions show that more than 50% of the money in Libya is spent for protection measures, but then we don't know what that means. And I think in general, there has been, this is not only about European institutions, it's also about governments, a complete lack of transparency and accountability on how exactly the money given to partner countries are spent. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to collaborate and to share some money, but there should be some possibility to engage, for example, in parliamentary debates and have those informations. And so far, what we know mostly thanks to investigative journalism. And I think that's a big issue for political debate.
Thank you again for your presentation in a mode of a story through the lens of silence and voice. This way, we will move actually before proceeding to the flow of our panel. I would like to remind you that the thematic area that this panel is going to cover is covering actually are the causes of the phenomenon, and the second panel will focus on the solutions. And now, as a sort of a transition to the second panel, Mr. Szymon Pogorzelski, a policy officer in DG Home of the European Commission, will proceed to some preliminary remarks on the role of the European Commission on migration management.
Thank you very much. So, before coming here, I said, okay, College of Europe, for once, I will not be bashed by what the Commission is not doing or what the Commission should be doing. We're doing wrongly, but I see from the questions that you will not give me an easy time today. So let me start by introduction. So my name is Szymon Pogorzelski. I am a policy officer at the European Commission in DG Home. That is part of the Commission which follows migration and home affairs topics. My core specialty is Ukraine response in Poland. I'm on deployment to Poland. However, my colleagues and superiors asked me to join you and cover the Mediterranean Sea and the issues related to migration in that part of Europe. So I will do my best to present to you some elements of at least partial solutions that we put in place already, or we are putting in place with our stakeholders from notably the European Parliament, and I'm looking forward to hear the intervention of Mr. Aguilar, and with partners from member states and from international organizations, our agencies, etc. Now, these elements which I will try to cover today would be on migration management, what our level of ambition and responsibility is as regards migration management, relevant policy frameworks, EU tools which are used or developed in this context, recent initiatives and operational developments on the ground, in particular in the Mediterranean. And I will try to do it in 10 minutes, I promise. So let me start from the migration management context. And by the way, I'm a member of a migration management unit, so I hope to give some light on that, at least from also personal experience. So what the European Commission do is we propose directives, regulations, and recommendations for creating fair, efficient, and sustainable migration and asylum systems. We aim to align the systems across the European Union while supporting all EU countries in developing and implementing effective migration management and asylum procedures. In doing so, we provide operational responses on the ground, focusing in particular on countries most affected by migration. In these countries, the Commission supports the national authorities with specialized teams, such as myself, and works closely with EU agencies, notably Frontex, but also European Union Agency for Asylum, international organizations, some of which were already mentioned by previous speakers, and other related bodies in activities which include managing the arrival of migrants, setting up suitable migrant reception facilities, carrying out relocations and other transfer mechanisms at EU level, ensuring quick and efficient asylum and return procedures, improving border management, protecting unaccompanied minors and other vulnerable groups, promoting integration policies for legally residing non-EU nationals, developing legal pathways to migration through labor mobility, and creating partnerships against human trafficking networks. One of the primary tools which we have in our disposal to advance these objectives are European Union funds. The Home Affairs funds constitute the financing mechanism that supports efficient management of migration in the European Union. With a common approach to asylum and migration, they help manage the EU's external borders and address significant internal security challenges. They consist of the following: the Asylum, Migration and Integration Fund, or the AMIF, with nearly 10 billion euros for the programming period of 2021-2027. This boosts national capacities and improves migration management procedures. It also supports solidarity and shared responsibility between EU countries, such as emergency assistance and the relocation mechanisms. The Border Management and Visa Policy Instrument, or BMVI, with nearly 7 billion euro for the programming period of 2021-2027. This promotes strong and effective integrated border management at the external borders. It ensures internal security while safeguarding the free movement of people within it. Finally, the Internal Security Fund, or ISF, with nearly 2 billion euro for 2021-2027. This advances internal security across the European Union. On migration management, it is involved in areas such as the fight against human trafficking and the dismantling of smuggler networks. The EU funds support also implementation of the broader policy framework, and I would like to outline our current focus of our initiatives, which is the new Pact on Migration and Asylum. It is a set of regulations and policies to create a fair, efficient, and more sustainable migration and asylum process in the European Union. The Pact, proposed in September 2022, is designed to manage and normalize migration in the long term, providing certainty, clarity, and decent conditions for people arriving into the European Union. It also seeks to establish a common approach to migration and asylum that is based on solidarity, responsibility, and respect for human rights. The aim is to conclude all legislative proposals under the Pact on Migration and Asylum by early 2024, so tomorrow, with a view to adopting the reforms during this legislature, meaning before the next European parliamentary elections in June 2024. On some key elements of the Pact, provisional agreement was reached in December last year on qualification regulation, reception condition directive, and union resettlement framework regulation. During June 2023, the Council, so the European Union member states, took a decisive step towards a modernization of EU's rulebook for asylum and migration. It agreed on a negotiating position on the asylum procedure regulation and on the asylum and migration management regulation. The asylum procedure regulation establishes a common procedure across the European Union to be applied when people seek international protection. It streamlines the procedural arrangements, including the duration of the procedure, sets standards for the rights of the asylum seeker, including on being provided with the service of an interpreter or having the right to legal assistance and representation. The regulation also aims to prevent abuse of the system by setting out clear obligations for applicants to cooperate with the authorities throughout the procedure. The asylum procedure regulation also introduces mandatory border procedures with the purpose to quickly assess at EU external borders whether applications are unfounded or inadmissible. In order to carry out border procedures, member states need to establish an adequate capacity in terms of reception and human resources required to examine at any given moment an identified number of applications and to enforce return decisions where applicable. The Asylum and Migration Management Regulation should replace, once agreed, the current Dublin Regulation, and Dublin sets out rules determining which member state is responsible for the examination of asylum application. The Asylum and Migration Management Regulation will streamline these rules and shorten time limits. In addition to the pact, I would like to briefly outline the scope of legal migration context, which was mentioned by several of the previous speakers. Important context consideration is that EU and member states are facing demographic challenges, including declining populations and shrinking labor forces. To ensure the EU can address this challenge, measures to upskill and reskill the EU workforce are essential, as are incentives to make the EU more attractive for talented third country nationals. Although some member states could previously rely on their internal migration and intra-EU mobility, this will no longer be sufficient in the future. For instance, there are several million open vacancies in the European Union today. Legal migration is part of the solution, with migrant workers accounting for a significant portion of new jobs in the European Union. To make the EU more attractive and accessible, the Commission adopted an ambitious and sustainable skills and talent package in April 2022 that contains legal, operational, and policy initiatives to tackle the challenges Europe faces, with specific actions to facilitate integration of these fleeing Russia's invasion of Ukraine in particular, but also other conflicts, into the EU's labor market. The Commission just proposed a package on harnessing the potential of talent mobility, which includes a legislative proposal for an EU talent pool and an initiative on the recognition of qualifications of third country nationals. In parallel, the Commission is advancing on the talent partnerships with third countries, including many which were discussed today, to boost international labor mobility and develop talent in a mutually beneficial way. Slowly moving towards the end, and I'm checking the time. So just specifically on the Mediterranean, in recent months what we see is that the region is once again becoming one of primary gateways for migrants and refugees seeking a safer and more prosperous future in Europe. The Mediterranean Sea has a unique geographical position that places it at the forefront of this complex issue. Concrete operational measures in implementation already on the ground include a number of action plans relevant to the situation in specific areas of the Mediterranean, including a recent 10-point plan announced in Lampedusa, focused on assistance to the Italian authorities in accordance with fundamental rights and international conventions. Action plan for Western and Central Mediterranean routes are already in place, and the action plan for Eastern Mediterranean route was presented last month. These action plans focus on measures to alleviate pressure on member states in the region. They outline a range of operational measures to step up prevention of irregular migration and enhance management of migration flows in cooperation with third countries in short and medium terms. In conclusion, I would like to underline that managing migration requires determination, responsiveness, and coordination. Our collective efforts have shown that the European Union is strong and able to tackle complex issues in a spirit of cooperation and mutual trust. And it is that same spirit that we must continue going forward. Progress on the new pact on migration and asylum is indispensable for a strong, sustainable EU migration policy. The challenges we face today mean that we need to act in parallel on a set of operational measures to advance our collective response even before the new legislation is agreed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before maybe allowing questions from the audience, I would like to ask if we are ready to project the video intervention of Mr. Aguilar, or should I proceed to yielding the floor? We're ready to proceed? Okay. Oh, no. Okay, so then I will open the floor for any questions.
I'm only sorry I can make it personally, but I can share with you some thoughts about the matter of our concern. You know that I'm chairing the Libya Committee, which is a committee of Liberty, Justice, Home Affairs for some years now, which is the #1 lawmaking committee in the House, encompassing our overarching array of issues all the way from fundamental rights and liberties to security matters, going through migration and asylum, Schengen governance, and criminal lawmaking and procedural guarantees and judicial cooperation. But certainly migration and asylum has been paramount issue this mandate of the European Parliament 2019-2024 for good reason. We put in place after the entry into force of the Lisbon Treaty along with the Charter of Fundamental Rights a system, a migration package and an asylum package under the name of a common European asylum system consisting of pieces of legislation. 9 pieces of legislation is the European asylum system and 8 pieces of legislation is the migration European common policy and lawmaking. But throughout the years we have seen problems. Number 1, lack of solidarity, which is the missing link. And that is outrageous, considering that the whole common European system of asylum and migration must be founded on the principles of shared solidarity and shared responsibility and solidarity, according to the Treaty of Lisbon, Article 80 of the Treaty of Functioning of the European Union. And number 2, an increasing number of non-compliance, which means that there are loopholes and there is disarray, particularly among member states when it comes to priorities in migration and asylum issues. Why? It's only obvious. Let's face it. Migration and asylum happen to be the most divisive issues in the European agenda. They are divisive geographically. It's not the same to be Baltic than to be Mediterranean. They are divisive ideologically. It's not the same to be far right than to be progressive. They are divisive politically. Priorities are not the same. The political in the House and particularly around the table of the Council of Ministers have these different views and different priorities, at times much in contrast. At times much in contradiction, and they are divisive intellectually.
So due to technical problems, we will have to maybe yield the floor for a couple of questions for a Q&A session. Are there any questions among the audience? So Jelle, followed by Mane.
Thank you to all panelists for being in the panel. My name is Jelle, I'm from the Netherlands, and I have some questions. I will just direct them at all of you, and you can see who wants to answer what, I guess. They are related to labor. So I heard the idea of the EU wanting and needing talented people to come to Europe. So I wonder, what does that mean? Who is talented, who is not? How do we select these people? Related to that, I also wonder, for example, in, well, at least in the Netherlands, but I think in Europe generally, We are also in need of just labor in general, as far as I understand. We all want to work in high-paying jobs, and we don't want to do certain other jobs. So why is there this idea that certain people are talented enough to work here, and where does that stem from? And don't we also need people that just want to work in general? And then I have one also related to labor, but to the Ukrainian refugees, because I heard that there is this idea of incorporating Ukrainian people into our labor market quickly. So I have two questions. One is, why do we make this distinction where we want to directly integrate Ukrainians and not other refugees? And the second is, what is the exit strategy here? Because we now have made Ukraine into a candidate country, which means that we have some hopes of them, coming out of this in a good way at the other side of the war. But then don't they also need people working there again? Do we have some plan on how to get them back into Ukraine? What's the exit strategy after the war? Thank you.
Is the question addressed to a specific speaker or to all of them?
To whoever wants to answer them.
Who would like to start? You can either answer from here or from the podium.
I can take maybe the Ukrainian question. This is the topic that I'm quite familiar with. So, well, let's start maybe on the history of temporary protection, because we had a temporary protection directive in our drawer for 20 years. So basically, the directive was ready, sitting and waiting for a terrible event to happen. We developed it in the occasion of Balkan War. So basically, in another reality. But unfortunately, and this is what we have to also recognize, we have to deal with unforeseen events. And who could have envisaged, foreseen a conventional war with tanks, artillery on the footstep of the European Union? I couldn't. I don't think many people did envisage that possibility. And certainly we didn't have a mechanism in place to address 4 million people that appeared on our door from one day to another. So at that point, my colleagues from DG Home actually, they had a weekend to refresh the 20-year-old text and put it into the debate in the Council, where member states were willing to agree on a compromise that they were not willing to agree for 20 past years. So in order, the triggering event of the war managed to make it possible that we came up with this unique piece of legislation that was agreed just a few days later. And I think Mr. Aguilar will speak also about the developments in the parliament, and he already mentioned in the part that we were able to hear the decisiveness of the migration issue. So actually, I would say I personally consider the temporary protection as a miracle. This is a beauty that happened because of circumstances, but without these circumstances, it would have never actually materialized. So the agreement that member states were able to achieve was, I think, a huge step forward, and perhaps many of us would wish to replicate this temporary protection in other areas. I think we also have to recognize what's politically realistic amongst the decision makers and their constituencies in the countries, people who vote for them. So this is on the background of temporary protection. In terms of exit strategy, so temporary protection, well, by definition, is temporary. It's not supposed to last forever. The member states agreed after some deliberations to extend it by 1 more year until March 2025. We have different ways of implementing it, so there are differences between member states. Generally, member states are becoming more concerned with costs of the temporary protection as time goes. However, we will discuss with the member states how to consider next steps. One alternative would be international protection. Now, imagining 4 million people from one day to another in international protection procedure, it's a bit complex, I would say. I mean, we spoke at the coffee break, so reception crisis in many of the countries, including your home country, adding a few 100,000 people to that, it will not be that feasible. So we will have to have this discussion, but there are various pathways to address this. I think hopefully the war will end, so we will not need that instrument, but we will need indeed to consider next steps. So that would be on the Ukraine topic. Thank you.
Would someone from the panel like to add something to this?
I can, on the first question, although that's really not my area of expertise, but on, so Shimon spoke about the EU talent pool. Of course, as you mentioned, Jelle, oftentimes it's also individual member states in the European context that can create labor permits, and those are based on demands from employers. Now, demands from employers are usually very high, but governments are reluctant to open many positions because they feel that this could lead to a political backlash. One thing that happens quite often, actually, is, so for example, the Italian case I'm most familiar with, the government opens around 150,000 positions per year, but those positions tend to go to people who are already in Italy as irregular migrants, and that becomes a way to regularize them because employers already know those people. I'm not saying this is wrong, and I strongly endorse mechanisms for regularization for those who are irregularly in a country. But what this means is, in effect, those permits are not permits that allow people to come from abroad. I realize I'm not answering your question, but just showing that it's even more problematic than we might think.
Thank you. Mane, you had a question, if I remember correctly. Followed by Sabrina.
I'm shorter than Jelle. So. Hi, I'm Mana from Armenia. Thank you very much for your presentations. And I would like to talk more about the causes. So we discussed the causes coming from conflicts, poverty to climate change. But I think, at least for me, there is another aspect that causes this migration crisis, is the pushes of countries of origin or transit countries of migrants, so instrumentalization of migration. And as we discuss more the Mediterranean route, I will not bring again the Belarus case, but I will talk, for example, Morocco instrumentalizing against Spain, especially this recent 2021 crisis of Ceuta, the enclave, or Libya instrumentalizing against Italy to gain some political and economical benefits from EU and EU member states. So what do you think about it and its connection with the causes of migration? Thank you very much.
Who would like to begin?
Yeah, I mean, the question of instrumentalization is, I think, complex one. I think there are cases where countries can seek to instrumentalize migration to achieve some foreign policy objectives. But I feel usually in this debate there is often the perception that it's the North African countries who sort of initiate the instrumentalization. I mean, we have seen this in Tunisia. I mean, we have seen some reports, especially in Europe, about Tunisia potentially instrumentalizing migration in the context of some tense relations with the EU, and especially after the surge in departures from the country during the second week of August. There was this question, is this politically motivated? We don't have the evidence for that. It's actually on the contrary. What we've seen in Tunisia is that even during the first week of September, the government moved to increase controls and crack down on human smuggling networks, and specifically in the main embarkation zone in the country, Sfax, around the center of the country. And actually, if you look at the dynamics in this migration debate, I think it's usually the European side which comes to North African countries and say, we need your help in dealing with this issue. It's not the other way around. I mean, as far as I know, and also, I mean, the fact of, I mean, by saying that countries kind of instrumentalize, migration, kind of negates that these countries have their own migration challenges and dilemma. I mean, if you look now at Tunisia, there's a lot of focus and a lot of pressure which is being put on Tunisia to stem the flows. But this is as we said, I mean, entangled. There are different drivers for migration, and there are several conflicts and several countries where economic conditions are deteriorating. So this phenomenon actually can increase, if the drivers of migration worsen, and one single country cannot, provide the response for that. I mean, Tunisia is in itself a transit country, is itself faced with the pressure on the land borders and on maritime borders. Unfortunately, in Tunisia also the response has been mostly security driven, and I think there is, the country hasn't been really able to deliver like comprehensive policy responses to deal with this issue. But I think part of the security-driven approach in Tunisia is also driven by this external pressure to stem departures. I mean, it cannot do it. It just simply cannot do it. Like now we see there is increased enforcement along the land borders with Libya and Algeria, but for how long that can be, sustainable, for how long Tunisian security forces, can be entirely dedicated to securing borders. So now if there will be a renewed increase in departures from Tunisia, there will be renewed speculations about the country instrumentalizing migration, but that kind of omits several factual elements that need to be taken into consideration to understand how North African countries deal with this migration issue, and especially in terms of, especially that migration is very, is really on the top of the agenda in terms of relations between North Africa and the EU, something that North African countries aren't very happy about. Because migration basically is an issue where there are lots of conflicting perceptions, agendas, and priorities, and focusing a lot on migration usually instills some tensions and disagreements that can impact cooperation in other areas.
Yes, thanks. I'd like, yes, so following up on Tasmin's points there, I wanted to add two things. The first one, I think one key feature that we should keep in mind is that at the moment migration to the EU is still something that can be instrumentalized, is instrumentalizable. So the point is how to make sure that third countries cannot instrumentalize it or sort of use it as a bargaining tool, as a sort of weapon even. So this is a key point, and it should be part of the reform of the asylum system, which is at stake now. So the real point is that states know that they can sort of use the migration card to essentially lead to a stalemate in the EU, and this is a problem. As you were saying, the reverse of what Tasmin was saying is how we on the EU side can solve this and can make sure that migration is no longer instrumentalizable. And this is by sort of making the EU asylum system more resilient to this kind of to this phenomenon. And then the second point that I wanted to make is that what we are currently seeing as part of the reform of the asylum system is not really, and I'm sure the next panel will elaborate further on that when it comes to the solutions on the table. What we see is not what I just referred to as making migration non-instrumentalizable, is generating essentially a permanent state of exception around instrumentalization, whereby every time that there's a crisis or there's a risk of migration being instrumentalized, states can derogate to asylum rules, which goes at the expenses of people trying to move across borders, as we say, and is not in the interest of the EU either, precisely because it doesn't solve the vulnerability to migration and the instrumentalization of migration, really.
20 seconds, very provocative. I do not think there is a migration crisis. I think there is a migration protection crisis. If you're a government and you frame migration as a problem or as something that should be contained, of course you put yourself in a situation where you can be blackmailed by other countries. In the so-called long summer of migration, which people refer to as a refugee or migration crisis, there were a total of 2 million people arriving to Europe. Last year, with the conflict in Ukraine, there were 8 million people. No one spoke of a migration crisis then. So this links to what Eleonora was saying. I think it's really a matter also of how you frame the issue when you are in power and the objectives that you set for yourself. If your objective is to contain migration, you will be blackmailed by others, for sure.
Okay, thank you. I thought you would like to add something. Sabrina, I think it was you.
Okay, hello everyone. So first of all, thank you very much. I'm Sabrina, I'm from Italy and from Morocco. And my question is somehow related to the one of the mentor of these nests. And it is on how does the externalization of migration policies, especially when it includes the funding of artificial intelligence-powered systems for border control like biometric and emotion recognition, impact the European Union's endeavors to, for the protection of human rights of the migrants? And perhaps how can the European Union hand on these systems that haven't proved safe even within the borders of the European Union be handed to countries where human rights protection is not a primary concern? Thank you very much.
Who would like to start?
Right, that's the usual story of my life. So, look, I'm not a specialist to be, like, for the sake of the discussion, I'm involved very much into the follow-up of the EU funds in EU member states, in particular in Poland. I can use this as an example, which perhaps illustrates also the external relations. So basically, what we do in Poland, we have these three funds which I mentioned, so AMIF, BNVI, and ISF, and we manage them through two primary means, so shared management and direct management. The bulk goes through the shared management, which in practical terms means that the Polish authorities manage these funds through mainly so-called managing authorities. So the Interior Ministry, which has a monitoring committee, I just participated in one 2 days ago, where we scrutinize together with NGOs, international organizations, UNHCR, IOM are part of that committee, the daily proceeding of this funding. Fundamental rights and human rights are a key concern, a fundamental concern, are a horizontal condition on which the Polish authorities, the Italian authorities, all the authorities across the European Union within the scope of these funds report regularly every few weeks, every few months in ad hoc reports and in regular reports about the fulfillment, exceptions. There are procedures actually to monitor the human rights concerns also in the context of security on the external borders. So this is just in the context of this specific program monitoring committee. We also have, as our speaker from Frontex explained, certain safeguards within the EU agencies. We have a dedicated agency, fundamental rights agencies, and we have a number of provisions which prevent, which we are able to monitor, and which include the human rights dimension into our funding efforts. So I would say, and we have very strong audits. I was an auditor myself. We have very thorough audits that can go, including on the human rights dimension, and certain control tools within external bodies as well that we could use to monitor provisions of the fulfillment of human rights. So I would say, and our friends from the parliament make sure that we don't forget about these principles. So basically there is a lot of scrutiny elements, and I heard Mr. Aguilar himself making a lot of questions to my superiors specifically about these issues. So I would say I'm personally very confident in these instruments, and in cases of possible violations, we do have control mechanisms that ensure proper follow-up. So my expertise is more the intra-EU, but the same principles apply obviously to the external sources. Thank you.
Would someone want to add anything to the response? Okay, then I guess we're covered. Are there any other questions that arose in the House? Since none, I will grant myself a question. Coming back to the general theme of the migration nest for this academic year, migration and human rights, it will be a general question, a really general one, I know, but I think that it deserves to be asked. Which groups do you think are the most vulnerable to human rights abuses in migration settings in the Mediterranean region? And why? Who would like to begin?
I'm not sure if I have an answer, because I think it's an interesting question, but it's quite difficult to say which groups are more likely to be vulnerable, because I mean, in the context of mixed migration, whatever the drivers of migration, be it for economic reasons or be it for trying to escape driven by instability and conflict along these smuggling routes, any migrant can find themselves in very vulnerable situations and subject to abuse or exploitation and violence. I mean, for instance, I think we've done some of the some interviews with people who arrived via Tunisia and Libya, and there were varied stories where migrants recalled how they found themselves in situations of captivity. For instance, forced labor or women used for sexual exploitation, children also exploited in child labor. Sometimes migrants do not immediately find themselves in these situations. Sometimes they spend the first 2-3 years, they think things going well to a certain extent, and then one day they get detained, and then their families get extorted for money, and they get tortured. So I'm not able to say which groups are more vulnerable. I think every migrant who is in a irregular situation and trying to find a place of safety can be subject to abuse and exploitation. Of course, those risks are even higher when the migrants are in an extremely unsafe environment, as in Libya, as was said in the presentation earlier, where the risk of of migrants finding themselves in a situation of captivity and extorted for ransom is pretty high. It's very high.
Personally, I wouldn't be able to give an answer, but there are some criteria that are set, for example, again by UNHCR, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, when it comes, for example, to the priority given to people for resettlement. Now, you know that resettlement has been discussed for many years as a possible solution, and here the question again is how you identify the people who can be resettled, also because it's a tiny proportion of the people who are seeking protection. And those guidelines, they indicate that children, women, people with disabilities should be prioritized. What I think is very interesting is that when you look at the decisions by countries in Europe, again, there is for sure that consideration of vulnerability, but then there are also considerations on, how can I say, on integration potential. How likely are those people to fulfill labor shortages? And those two criteria are completely different. Some people refer to this as a double requirement. You want a person like for example, a girl from Afghanistan who is younger than 18, but you also want that person to be able to feel crucial needs in the economy of the country, and that creates a bit of a short circuit. So I think we should always be very careful when thinking about criteria for vulnerability, and also see how then they intersect with other political priorities. The first assessment is made by UNHCR and then by NGOs on the ground. The second assessment is based by UNHCR with guidelines that are internal. And finally, it's the recipient countries that decide on the ranking. So, for example, the government of Italy or the government of Germany. They are giving a list of people who are considered... Yes. A list of people who are considered to be very vulnerable, right? And then they decide, okay, we are going to take them because we need them for certain things.
And perhaps I can just add that dimension. I wouldn't call it necessarily an understanding of vulnerability, but an acknowledgement of specific needs is also part of what comes after entry into the destination country. So social inclusion policies, and so there the understanding both from governmental and non-governmental organizations is that we need to include and account for specific needs, especially those of female migrants, LGBTQ plus migrants, unaccompanied minors, and so on. This means that inclusion policies, which are the next steps of what we have talked about so far, but they're equally crucial, I would say, should not be just blanket sort of measures, but they should precisely speak to the people they are designed for. And so, especially in the case of female migrants, I would say there are specific challenges in terms of literacy levels, which tend to be lower compared to male migrants, but also childcare responsibilities, which are often incompatible with access to the labor market, unless there are specific measures in place to support the labor inclusion of migrant women. So again, it's a very complex set of issues. I wouldn't necessarily phrase that, or frame that phase in terms of vulnerability, but certain specific needs and solutions. Yes, so that's a competent, that's a national competence. So it's with the member states, but it is also true that the EU gives sort of direction. It has done that recently with the action plan on integration and inclusion, which precisely gives the sort of general direction on this subject, and then it is up to each state to implement measures that are somehow respondent to this framework. And there again you find all sorts of disparity among member states in the way social inclusion is implemented as a sort of goal, but well, yes, and then there are also framework of cooperation with, for example, UN agencies, which are very strongly sort of involved in social inclusion at the national level, and non-governmental organizations as well. So it's really a case where most states, I would say, successfully take multi-level approach to social inclusion that sort of trickles down to local actors as well, and so it's really a collective or all of government, or even better, whole of society approach to the inclusion of migrants. No, no, it's not binding in the sense that it's just it's in the competence of the member states to implement policies in line with it. It is also true that in some cases funding can direct and make sure that then some member states comply with those indications. And so I would say that there's an attempt to reach a good level of homogeneity when it comes to social inclusion measures at the national level. But because this is precisely national competence, is strongly linked to how social welfare systems are designed in each member states, we still see disparities. And this is why, for example, international organizations step in to support, be it local authorities, national authorities, to deliver on those social inclusion objectives.
Hi. Well, my question is regarding the talent partnerships. Earlier, Mr. Piccoli referred to the importance of the creation of legal pathways of migration towards the European Union. And I was wondering if there is any kind of progress of these talent partnerships introduced 2 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, in 2022, the first talent partnerships were launched with Morocco, Tunisia, and Egypt. And I was wondering, what's now? What are we going to? How are we going to move? Also, what I was thinking more specifically was, I couldn't find information about the partnerships. I couldn't find any kind of documents regarding them. So, is it a transparent enough procedure, or is there any place where we can find more information? Thank you.
Who would like to begin?
Yeah, on this, as I said, on labor, I really do not know, so I don't want to make something up to give you an answer. Just one thing I would like to emphasize, this is for people who might want to work in Europe. There is also the situation of people who have to flee, again, conflict, and maybe they're not employable in Europe, and I think they need a different type of permit to come. A strong emphasis is put, for example, on humanitarian corridors or pathways for people not to take an illegal or irregular journey. Some of my students, for example, they are refugees and they arrived in Italy through those pathways, but they are so small. I think there are only a few hundred of people in Europe who manage to come through those legal agreements. And then again, there are huge issues on how those people are selected in the first places, because there are criteria that maybe are not always transparent. Again, this is not really an answer to your question, but just to clarify, different forms through which people can travel regularly to Europe that exist, like talent partnerships, but I think at the moment are hugely underdeveloped. And I'm sorry, on the labor part, I can't really help.
Would anyone like to add something? Then I guess we're covered with a specific question. I think that I will allow one last question. Not to stress you, but since we have their expertise, I think it will be really beneficial for you to to make the most of it. This is your last chance for this panel, except the informal setting, so no pressure. But if there's none, and I see that there's none, maybe we should conclude this panel. And as such, I would like to call for a round of applause for distinguished guests.
If I can just have 1 minute of your attention, or actually 10 seconds. We're going to have a family photo right now in the coffee room before we go for lunch to the cafeteria. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You have all, each and every one of you has been an asset to this panel. Thank you very much.
Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin.
Yes, and don't be.
Yeah? Okay, because I thought I could first
Fellow colleagues, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today for this insightful discussion on a topic of paramount importance. Earlier today, we discussed the fundamental causes of migration, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. And now, with the second panel, we will start digging the heart of the matter, and it's titled The Solution, EU and National Policies. Migration is a complex and very diverse phenomenon that calls for a well-thought-out and nuanced solutions. In this panel, we will dig into how the EU and its member states tackle migration challenges, not just in theory, but in the day-to-day implementation of policies. From the EU's external collaboration with countries of origin and transit to the specifics of national policies on migration. Today we have a diverse group of distinguished experts, each bringing a unique background and expertise to the table. And it is my pleasure to introduce our panelists to you. Branislav Stanicek, a policy analyst at the European Parliamentary Research Service, think tank of the European Parliament, who studied geopolitics at Sorbonne University. Our next panelist is Camino Mortera Martinez, who is head of Brussels office at the Center for European Reform. She holds a master's degree in law and an exchange diploma in legal studies by Cardiff University. And I can't help but mention that she's also a graduate of College of Europe in Bruges. We have also the honor to receive Ms. Jolanta Szymanska, who is head of European Union program at the Polish Institute of International Affairs. She has a PhD in political science from the University of Warsaw. We also have the pleasure to have with us Albert Horst Neidhardt. Sorry if I mispronounced it. Senior policy analyst and the head of the European Diversity and Migration Program. He holds a PhD and a Master of Laws in European and Comparative Laws from the European University Institute. And lastly, Luca Barana, who will join us online, a research fellow at Istituto Affari Internazionali in Italy. He is a graduate of European Studies at the University of Studies of Turin.
Each speaker will provide a small presentation, and following that, my colleague Sabrina from Algeria will take the moderation. So without further ado, let's go for a warm round of applause and start the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Mana. Thank you very much to our speakers for being here and to each and every one of you for being present. Just before we start this fascinating discussion, we would like to watch one of the videos that was technically not being able to be projected this morning, and then we get back to this discussion.
I'm only sorry I can make it personally, but I can share with you some thoughts about the matter of our concern. You know that I'm chairing the Libya Committee, which is a committee of Liberty, Justice, Home Affairs for some years now, which is the #1 lawmaking committee in the House, encompassing our overarching array of issues all the way from fundamental rights and liberties to security matters, going through migration and asylum, Schengen governance, and criminal lawmaking and procedural guarantees and judicial cooperation. But certainly migration and asylum has been paramount issue, this mandate of the European Parliament 2019-2024, for good reason. We put in place, after the entry into force of the Lisbon Treaty, along with the Charter of Fundamental Rights, a system, a migration package and an asylum package under the name of a common European asylum system, consisting of pieces of legislation. 9 pieces of legislation is the European asylum system, and 8 pieces of legislation is the migration European common policy and lawmaking. But throughout the years we have seen problems. #1, lack of solidarity, which is the missing link. And that is outrageous, considering that the whole common European system of asylum and migration must be founded on the principles of shared solidarity and shared responsibility and solidarity, according to the Treaty of Lisbon, Article 80 of the Treaty of Functioning of the European Union. And #2, an increasing number of non-compliance, which means that there are loopholes and there is disarray, particularly among member states when it comes to priorities in migration and asylum issues. Why? It's only obvious. Let's face it, migration and asylum happen to be the most divisive issues in the European agenda. They are divisive geographically. It's not the same to be Baltic than to be Mediterranean. They are divisive ideologically. It's not the same to be far right than to be progressive. They are divisive politically. Priorities are not the same around the political groups within the House, and particularly around the table of the Council of Ministers. Ministers have different views and different priorities, at times much in contrast, at times much in contradiction, and they are divisive electorally, because we have seen throughout the years a number of political platforms, first fear-mongering about migration, depicting migration as a threat, and then trying to exploit electorally the fear that they have spread, the anger, the hate that they have spread about migration. Let's be clear about this. Migration is not a threat. Migration is not a threat to our security, not a threat to our identity as Europeans. Migration is a fact. It's always been there. And we can handle it if we make it together. And that is the only chance we have to be effective and hence successful. If we make it national, it won't make any sense and it will fail. Besides, it's in utter contradiction with EU law, which mandates precisely a US scale of response. Once migration and asylum were the competences of member states and national governments, not any longer. After the Lisbon Treaty and the Charter of Fundamental Rights, there must be a European scale of response which has to be meaningful and add value to the capacities of the member states. That is why this mandate, we have been working so hard within the European Parliament on the 5 regulations of which the new beginning, the new set up, the resetting of the European Common Asylum System of Migration and Asylum is meant to be. 5 regulations altogether. They have to make sense altogether. They are intertwined. That is why we endorsed the package approach right from the outset. Well, after 3 years of hard work building variable geometry majorities, which is the way we do laws in this house, considering that no group suffices to have a majority of its own, we have to negotiate and create majorities, working hard and making concessions, mutual concessions, in order to reach out to compromises and have every piece of legislation adopted. We made it, and we had our mandate for negotiation with the Council. Then the Council dragged its feet for some time, and we put pressure, letting them know that there won't be any security pillar, which is their interest of the Council, namely Eurodac, which is getting identification, biometric identification of every human being entering the external borders of the European Union, and screening, which is reinforcing the external border management and the border procedure. There would be no step forward in the security pillar if the Council wouldn't show interest in the solidarity pillar, which is the priority for this European Parliament, for the Libe Committee, and particularly for me, because that is my cause, my just cause within the negotiation of the migration and asylum package. Solidarity, binding solidarity, meaning relocation programs when needed, in order to assist countries which are overwhelmed with a massive and unexpected arrival of irregular migrants, particularly after search and rescue operations. And besides, we need a European search and rescue framework. And besides, we need legal pathways to make it to European Union without the necessity of resorting to illicit trafficking of human beings and the exploitation that it entails and the risks that it entails and the indebtment and the slavery and the terrible catastrophes and tragedies in the seas that it entails. Not having a chance to make it legal, to make it regular to the European Union is the cause of so many shipwrecks in the Mediterranean and in the Atlantic, in the most perilous route to the European Union, which happens to be the Atlantic route through the Canary Islands, where I belong. So we need a European scale of response. And now we have a chance to make it, because we are in the final phase of this lengthy, cumbersome, stressing legislative procedure. We have been involved in trilogues ever since the Council finally made up its mind and came up with the so-called general approach, which is the position of the Council through which we negotiate with our mandate from the European Parliament in order to build the new equilibrium, the new balance in the migration and asylum package, the Migration and Asylum Pact. And that balance has certainly to be founded on the principles of shared responsibility and binding solidarity when needed, through relocation programs which are to be coordinated by a new EU relocation coordinator. So we are getting close. We have a window of opportunity within the Spanish presidency, which is involved, of course, with the role of mediator that the Commission uses to play in the so-called trilogue phase, which is the final stage of the legislative procedure. We must deliver, we must accomplish, and in my understanding, we can make it, because otherwise it would be a major failure. It would be just like acknowledging that we are not able to deliver, to make it. We are not able to accomplish the European promise of putting in place a truly effective European common asylum system based on the principles of shared responsibility and binding solidarity. My understanding is that we can make it. If there is a will, there must be a way. If we can make it, we must make it. And I am confident that in this final stage, through the Spanish presidency, we can actually make progress. All the files combined together, joining forces, in order to have a new balance struck when it comes to migration and asylum. So let's hope for the better, that we're going to make it, and I hope that my thoughts and my summary, my short version of the long story from we're coming at this stage of advanced stage of this mandate of the European Parliament 2019-2024 has been of some use for you devoted students of European affairs. I can only wish you well, and I thank you so much for the opportunity to address you from afar, from remote, and to open my remarks to your criticism, to your ideas, to your thoughts, and hopefully also to your input, because the only way to be truly effective when it comes to dealing with the migratory facts, with the migratory flows, is to help to reach out to a European scale of response, which is the endeavor in which we have devoted so much time and energy in this mandate of the European Parliament. Thank you, wish you well.
Thank you for sharing this opening message. It sets very much the tone for the beginning of this discussion. Just so you know, for the audience, we will be, or I will be asking each and every one of our speakers one question related to their field of expertise, on which they will get the time to build up on, etc. And then if there is time in the end, then of course we will take more questions and they could be more specific. So now I would like to start with you, Camino Mortera Martinez. You're here to speak to us about the political angle of EU migration policy, and you are actually writing a paper on this matter right now, and you refer to being back to 2016. So I would like to know how and why you do that.
Great, thanks so much. Do I stay here? Do I go there?
Whatever makes you comfortable.
I stay here. It's just because the computer is a bit uncomfortable. I'm a think tanker. So, as you may know, if you frequent think tankers, you will know that I will pretend to answer the question while I talk about whatever I want to talk about, because that's what a think tanker does. So, the first thing that I'm going to do is to make sure that I'm not running overtime, because we have MEPs for that. But I did want to tell you a personal story. So I am a College of Europe graduate. I'm an Einstein person, I guess. So that means I was in Bruges in 2010, 2011. But that also means that because I did law and politics, I never had the chance to come here. And to me, I was thinking about this when I arrived here yesterday. To me, this is such a symptom of the way the European Union used to think about the things that interested me the most back then, which were just home affairs, migration, security, counter-terrorism, or even EU integration and institutional reform. Law and politics students didn't need to come to Poland. Why would they? Only international relations students came to Poland. And I think this explains, to an extent, something that a very good friend of mine, who was Tusk migration advisor during the migration crisis, has described as one of the results of the migration crisis, at least politically, which is that a lot of people from parts of Europe felt that they were being told what to do by a bunch of middle-class kids from Brussels. So that said, I'm here to be a middle-class kid from Brussels and tell you why, indeed, I do think that we are, in a way, back to 2016. And why, as a result, I have tried to leave migration as a policy for a long time, because it ends up becoming a really frustrating policy field to work. And I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be here probably hyping migration studies, but I just think most of the things that we're seeing now, we've seen them before. And I was really happy to hear our keynote speaker this morning talking about everything that Frontex is doing and all the things that have been put in place since the migration crisis, 2015, 2016. Me, myself, I used to run a high-level group on just home affairs with politicians and ministers and things, trying to think of solutions for the future of the European Union in that area. And we discontinued it in 2021 because we thought, you know, we've made some progress. And, you know, things are okay. Migration is okay. We've put some structures in place. We've solved some stuff. And yet, if you look at what's happening in Europe, we've got over 220,000 migrants who have arrived by sea in 2023, which by itself is not necessarily problematic or even, you know, worth mentioning, but you've got EU leaders making emergency trips to places, writing 10-point plans for Lampedusa, for example, EU countries bickering about quotas, once again, and lone wolf terrorist attacks happening in Europe once again, and them being linked to migration and migration shortages. So one pandemic, 2 wars, 1 Brexit, and almost a whole new migration pact after, we can be forgiven for thinking that we are back in 2016. And I don't need to explain you what happened in 2016. I had a full thing here, you know, explaining how over 2 million people arrived in Europe, and then I'm going to disagree with our speaker from before. It was not a crisis numerically, but it was a massive political crisis that ended up with a dividing line in Europe, with countries from the east bickering with countries from the west, countries from the north bickering with countries from the south. And this is part of the reason why I was saying before, I think it would have been so important for people like myself and others to have come here in 2010 and to have come more often to this part of the world as well. The refugee crisis, of course, coincided in time with the terrorist attacks of 2015 and 2016, 17, and 18, mostly in 3 countries in Europe, so France, Belgium, and Germany. And both things combined help instilling a growing sense of insecurity amongst people and leaders that obviously boost European populist movements everywhere. And I don't know if this sounds familiar, but it should, because unfortunately we are back into that. Now, EU countries managed to control the flows, right? And we were out of the woods, and, you know, refugee crisis, everybody says it was the Turkey deal that made it stop. I'd argue that it was the closure of the Western Balkans route that had a massive impact on that. But one thing was clear for both European and national leaders. Whatever came next, the European Union could not afford to have the world thinking that they had lost control of its borders. So now, that was the main principle that was leading European leaders everywhere in order to draft the next European migration regulations. But reality, as it often does, doesn't really care about your plans, and whatever came next actually care little about borders, because as a tiny virus, the SARS-CoV-2 didn't need a passport or to apply for asylum to move across borders and hinder. And now the pandemic had 2 contradictory effects, I think, on migration policy. On the one hand, it halted arrivals to an extent, because we still had 100,000 people in 2020, which is crazy if you think that we were all home and we were not able to move, and some 2,300 deaths and disappearances. And on the other hand, the European Union's initial confusion about its own internal borders pushed the borderless Schengen area to the limit, in my opinion, with random and constant national border closures that were consulted neither with the European Commission, not between countries themselves. But then the European Union found a solution, as they always do, and we had the vaccination passports. And then our migration problems, or, you know, crossing border problems were solved once again, but we didn't think that 2022 was going to be another shock that we had for us in store. Obviously, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine on the 24th of February 2022 was a massive shock for the European Union. Most people would say it was a watershed moment. I hate that word, but it's true. And we've heard before, not even a week after the attack, the European Union activated the temporary protection mechanism. Now, I would argue that there are many, many differences in between temporary protection for Ukrainian citizens and anything else that has to do with asylum and migration for other parts of the world, for reasons that we heard before, but I'm happy to discuss them afterwards. In the meantime, of course, the European Union has been working to revamp its migration and asylum system with what I call the DAC Migration Pact. And I call it the DAC Migration Pact because it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, and it moves like a duck, but it's actually not a duck. It's actually not a pact. it's a political agreement that most leaders in Europe and also in institutions know they have to push through, because otherwise migration will become a toxic theme in the European elections. And I don't think that, and that's another thing that maybe we can discuss later, I don't think that with the iterations that it has gone through, the pact is equipped to not be vulnerable to further external shocks like the one likely to stem from, for example, from the Israel-Hamas conflict. But once again, politically, this pact is important. We will have it before the end, before the elections. But realistically, I think migration has already become a problem for politicians everywhere, and it's going to be unlikely to stop being so. I think it's going to be part of the campaign as the world becomes more unstable more quickly. So in essence, and I'm here, I have, how much time do I have? Okay, so I have a minute and a half to explain you that I think that the European Union's current migration policy can be summarized around 3 elements, and those are border controls, returns, and what EU officials call the external dimension of migration, which is agreements with third countries and conditionality on development aid. All of this makes sense from a political point of view because they stem from the crisis of 2015-2016, as I was saying before, and are the result of hard-won political consensus, which is not easy in this area. But I don't think that any of them will advance a real migration policy and will help the European Union face a world that will look very, very different than the one that we are used to. Most importantly, perhaps, there is nothing, in my opinion, and maybe here Alberto will disagree when he talks about the Migration Pact, there's nothing in the new approach, from the European Union that is revolutionary. We're just talking about the same things over again at a time when the world is changing so rapidly that the only way you have to manage crucial policy challenges like migration is to try and be even moderately ambitious and adventurous. And I think the most important missing elements in the European Union's current migration policy is legal migration. And not because, and I don't actually, that's another thing that a speaker said before that I disagree with. I don't think that legal migration is going to stop irregular migration. But I think that we have a number of challenges, not least demographic challenges, that are going to make it so important for us to understand how to handle legal migration. And you can see already that this is a big thing for governments, even migration skeptic governments like Italy and Poland, who are like handing out work permits for third country nationals because of shortages, while at the same time peddling an anti-migrant rhetoric, because obviously you have to be pragmatic when faced with problems. But this, in my opinion, this way of operating at the European Union basically supports the idea that zero migration is not only feasible, but desirable. And that is something that I don't think we can support, especially if we are trying to be a geopolitical power as we are pretending to be. So I have a couple of ideas that we can discuss later about the kind of legal migration that I think we should be looking at, the blue card, how the talent pool that we heard of can actually work in practice, legal migration pathways, which are very, very important, and how to make this happen in a world where lots of people are working remotely, and also where artificial intelligence is going to change the way we work and the way we want to recruit people and the way we want to go places as well.
Thank you very much to our first speaker. You did actually answer the question and beyond. So thank you very much. I highly encourage my colleagues to draft any questions that they might have to ask specifically to you or maybe to one of the other speakers. And now I would like to have a different perspective, maybe coming from a different field. So I would like to ask Jolanta Szymanska about your perspective on how the EU is dealing with, let's call it, migration challenges.
Okay, thank you very much. It's really nice to be here. I'm also think tanker, what I want to stress at the beginning, and actually I'm also covering both EU institutions and justice and home affairs. And referring to Camino, I really wonder what is more frustrating actually, because currently we are discussing both migration and institutional reforms. And I would say that it's a kind of similar discussion. We are all the time discussing the same with no progress, with not much progress, at least, on the way. So when we, actually Camino already mentioned a lot of elements when it comes to EU response to migration challenges. What I want to say is that we, after long discussions that especially escalated during the migration crisis 2015-16, we are still missing the main point of actually European migration package. We still miss the solution on Dublin reform. And without this reform, it's really difficult to say about any kind of package. You know, it's like corner and the heart of the system. It should be a heart in the heart of the system. And on the way, European Commission was proposing many different solutions. Relocation schemes that was voted. First it was the attempt to create a voluntary system. Later the relocation was put under voting in the Council, what created a huge political conflict in the European Union. Later on, member states decided to outsource migration and create refugee camps outside the European Union, and we all know that there were not much interest outside the European Union to locate this kind of centers. So European Union decided to a little bit forget about this internal pillar of migration package and focus more on external pillar of migration strategy with a special emphasis of this EU-Turkey deal that was already also mentioned with spectacular success at the beginning in a short term, because the reduction of migration was around 90% in the first months. That this kind of solution was also has been put under tests in 2020, because Turkey started to blackmail European Union, pushing migrants to Greece and Bulgaria, and actually undermining this 2016 agreement. Until now, this agreement is not working. Actually, it's not anymore in place, we can say. And what is additional, we started to be confronted with new challenges, the migration challenges in the eastern part of Europe, what was called instrumentalization of migration. So not only using roads to Europe by smugglers, but also using it by politicians, actually, using migration as a tool in political game in international relations. And this triggered the reform of so-called Schengen Border Code. And the main idea for this was the liberalization of rules to introduce internal controls within Schengen zone, and also derogate asylum procedures at external borders. And this is also one of the elements which is still ongoing when it comes to discussion about migration. And what we can show and see is that migration challenges in recent years seriously affected trust between members of Schengen area, reducing the capacity to absorb further shocks. And as a result of refugee and migration crisis, many countries began to abuse their powers to extend border controls, and the current state of Schengen is not the best, frankly speaking, because most of the internal borders are controlled, are closed, or at least controlled from time to time. I mean, not in a permanent manner, but they are under control. I wonder what is the also social perception of Schengen after pandemic, because we tested the COVID passports, and I wonder how people would see the possible introduction of passports, of normal passports again in the Schengen zone, but probably it would be also easier now for many people to accept passports to be back again in the Schengen zone, and this is a kind of frustrating conclusion. But this is the pessimistic part, and I want to now focus on the optimistic because from the other hand, we managed to cope with this crisis somehow. I mean, in a short run. I mean the crisis of 2015. And last year we were also confronted with crisis in Ukraine and Ukrainian refugee crisis, and we avoided crisis by implementing this temporary directive. And the question was if we can use this tool for creating the new asylum system for Europe. To avoid double standards for Ukrainians and the others, because that was very often raised by experts and politicians and refugees also, that we have double standards. I'm not very optimistic about that, because we know that the Ukrainian case was very special, that the acceptance for Ukrainian refugees was much higher than for the refugees from other regions. That's the first element. The second is more legal one. I mean, argument is that the Ukraine is the non-visa regime we don't have a visa regime with this country. So in fact, Ukrainians could from the beginning apply for protection in every country. So it was just more a technical process to give them direct protection and to see the goodwill of Europeans to protect them, not without changing the rules, in fact. But thanks to this document, we avoided a lot of problems. We managed to welcome more than 4 million people. The question is if we are also ready to integrate Ukrainian refugees, because we also face some problems in the process of integration. And I want to refer to previous voices from the first panel and from Camino's short introduction about visa policy, and what is actually mentioned in every document recently by the European Commission is this creation of the legal pathways, the liberalization of visa. And I don't know if you know very well the pre-campaign in Poland, but liberalization of visa policy became a very hot topic in Poland. Because looking to Poland, we can say we are a very good student in the European class of migration. We are protecting border and preventing irregular migration, but we are liberalization visa policy. But if you look at the political campaign in Poland, it was like a festival of anti-immigration policy. I mean, parties were competing who are more anti-immigrant. So liberal parties became more anti-immigrant than the conservative party. So this shows that we should think more about integration policies. I mean, creating legal pathways is just a part of solution. We don't have good tools in the European Union to integrate migrants. And the effects of legal migration may be also very frustrating for citizens and create actually similar problems like the problems of irregular migration. So what I want to say is that we should focus on creating integration policy, and we can also combine and think about combining discussion about reform of the European Union as such with a question about visa policy, because in my opinion, the visa scandal and visa policy in Poland, this case has shown that we are missing the European approach to visa policy. Not only we are missing asylum policy, we are missing also the whole migration and visa policy to save Schengen. I mean, to save Schengen, I postulate to think about the deeper reform of migration and policy. But as we miss both, actually, we still see in Europe the huge, the many attempts to outsource the problem again. And Meloni case and creation of camps in Albania, the topic that is discussed in the recent weeks, is the next, actually, the next phase of the same, story, that we are again trying to do the same. You know, we try to find someone who will solve the problem instead of us. So I think it's really, again, a very short term solution, and we still need to think about more systemic solutions. Okay, I don't know if I managed to.
Thank you very much for giving us this wide and very constructive vision of on your perspective on the matter. And of course, some of the points that you mentioned will also be further detailed by some of our speakers. And now I would like to turn to you, Alberto. We agreed to just say Alberto for pronunciation reasons. So you're also here to speak to us about the Camino would argue new, between quotation marks, pact on migration and asylum. What do you have to tell us about the ongoing reforms, negotiations, and the real impact of this so-called new pact on the migration management, if we shall call this like that, in the Mediterranean?
This one? Does it work?
Yeah.
Yeah. So thanks, first of all, for the invitation. I'm really happy to be here because, as I mentioned to a few persons, it's nice to take a step outside Brussels and try to discuss these things from a more on-the-ground perspective, which we are sometimes missing in the Brussels bubble. I will engage with the question about the impact of the so-called new pact. I'm also a bit of a geek of legal reforms, but I'm not going to spend too much time on technical juridical details. Happy to answer questions on that later. But I wanted to make a start actually taking a step back because we've been discussing essentially irregular migration since this morning. And it's a very important topic, but we also need to ask ourselves, why are we discussing about irregular migration? When we think about migration, we oftentimes think about what is happening in the Mediterranean, and that has to do with political reason, it has to do with the kind of information environment where we are. But we ought not to forget that actually most people arrive in the EU regularly. And so for 2021, which is the most recent year for which we have official statistics, you might be surprised to know that Frontex, on the one hand, recorded around 330,000 irregular border crossings, but we had more than 3.5 million who entered the EU regularly. Do people, do ordinary citizens feel that that is the case, or do they think that we are under an invasion? Which one is the case? If you then move to 2022, for which we don't have statistics, we might actually assume that the proportion between irregular entries and regular entries is actually widening further, because, as was hinted before, those who fled from the conflict in Ukraine, actually entered the EU regularly, which we ought not to forget. So again, in this case as well, we might see that the number of persons coming in Europe regularly vastly outnumbers those who enter the EU irregularly. But we are here, once again, many years after, still talking about irregular migration and what kind of solutions can we find to discuss in these. But let's not lose sight of the broader context. So I actually want to, thinking about irregular migration, start from something that was mentioned by Patrizia this morning, which is the Mediterranean itself. And she asked, I think correctly, what is the Mediterranean? Is it a bridge that brings people together, that facilitates trade, cultural exchange, or is it a graveyard? And I think it's both and everything which there is in between these two poles. The issue is, when we talk about these things, that we might be tempted to look at these developments as if they were happening in a vacuum, in a political vacuum, in a policy vacuum. But that's not the case. And we ought to connect what is happening in the Mediterranean today to the policies which are in place. And we also have to be critical. Do the policies actually address these issues, or do they make them worse? There was a question this morning raised about vulnerabilities. How do you detect the vulnerabilities? We might want to actually take a step back and ask ourselves, well, are vulnerabilities caused by today's existing policies? And so we need to, again, think about these issues not as if they were happening in a policy and political vacuum. There are policies that may be exacerbating the challenges that we are discussing instead of addressing them and making them better. And this is also what previous speakers were hinting at. Now, thinking about existing policies, we can maybe spend a few minutes going back in time, but as others have already explained, the situation really didn't change that much compared to 2015 and 2016. What is different today compared to the past is that if you actually take all the key policymakers and throw them in a room and lock them inside, so if you take the Council and Member States, if you take the Commission, if you take the European Parliament, they will disagree about everything, but they will agree that the status quo is no longer acceptable, that we have an issue and that we have to solve it. And actually, this is not something that was discussed in these terms in 2015 and 2016. That said, they don't agree about the kind of solutions that we should be discussing today. And so this brings me to the famous pact. And now, what to say about this? Maybe let me also highlight, because I don't know how many of you have actually studied migration law and migration policy before, but there were several attempts to reform the rules before, also in the previous legislature. And these didn't work out, mostly because within the Council, member states couldn't agree. And this has to do with the fact that there are many different camps in the Council that still exists today, and can explain a little bit about the content of the reforms. And broadly, we could divide between three positions in the Council. And there are southern states that, as you have also heard, typically complain about lack of solidarity from other member states. And because they feel that they are under undue pressure, they, let's say, turn the eye elsewhere and let most persons move onward without necessarily complying with existing rules. So we have de facto solidarity today, you might say. Then we have northern countries, which are typically the richer countries, which actually complain about secondary movements, these onward movements, and they would like southern countries to prevent them. And then we have typically Eastern European countries that oppose fundamentally any sort of mandatory relocation quotas. So these are the sticking points in the Council that actually persist to this day. Now, it is in this context that the Commission put forward this series of reforms that were mentioned before by the Libe Committee Chair, Lopez Aguilar, in 2020. And indeed, we've never been as close to have an agreement within the Council and then within the Parliament about these reforms. But the devil is in the details, and we should look at what these reforms should achieve in order to be able to talk about solutions in migration policy. And at least they should ensure that those who are in need of international protection actually can access international protection. You've all heard about pushbacks becoming systemic in many southern countries. So reforms should address these. They should ensure that there is some equitable form of responsibility sharing, because otherwise member states will continue bickering about this issue. They should also create a common framework for addressing future crises. At the same time, they should also solve some of the political issues that the EU has been facing in these areas, starting from the lack of mutual trust that there is between member states. And still more on the technical juridical level, they should also improve compliance with the rules, which is what Lopez Aguilar, the MEP, was referring to before. Now, you heard the version of the Commission this morning. So you heard that the Commission believes that the new pact will achieve all of these. I very humbly disagree. I think that the reforms will not come near to achieving these objectives. Of course, there is an ongoing negotiation, so the content of the reforms might still change, but if they do go ahead, I think we will see a worsening of protection in the EU. We will likely see more detention in Mediterranean countries. Like I said, I'm a geek of the reforms, so I can explain later what I mean by all these. Rather than clear obligations on relocations, what we will see is the typically half-baked solution that the co-legislators will be able to find, which means that these will not actually meet the needs. And instead of better capacity to manage future crises, what you actually see in the reforms that are being discussed now is systemic derogations from the asylum acquis, which, as Eleonora was hinting this morning, will generate essentially a permanent state of exception if the EU will face in the future sustained irregular arrivals, which might well be the case given what we discussed this morning about geopolitical uncertainty, conflict, climate change, etc., etc. Now, also when it comes to compliance with the rules, which is a very, very problematic aspect of the common European asylum system today, the rules which are currently being negotiated are incredibly complex. They are Kafkaesque. The Commission actually never carried out an impact assessment of the reforms that he proposed. So nobody knows how actually they will work in practice. The Commission also didn't perform any actual assessment of the common European asylum system for the past decade, even though it has an obligation to do so. So it's very unlikely that the rules which are being discussed now are going to be complied by member states, especially if you consider that they may not have an interest to comply with them because, once again, they are a compromise. They are not necessarily an optimal solution. Now, having said that, the institutions can't really afford not to introduce these reforms. And this came out very clearly from the statement given by the chair of the Libe committee. Nobody wants to take the blame for not having introduced these reforms. The political stakes are simply too high. Now, this doesn't mean, however, that the content of the rules reflect the solutions which are needed in this area. So, what does that mean in practice? Likely that we will see, again, more of the same that we have been seeing in the past. So because the EU cannot put its house in order, what will likely happen is that member states will push for having agreements with third countries to control irregular arrivals. Because essentially, until you have good reforms in place, then there's no other solution, really. And so this actually is problematic, and I'm going to end here, not only because these kind of cooperation agreements can be contested from a human rights perspective, and I understand that you're focusing your studies on these, but they actually also contradict the long-term needs that the EU actually faces, for instance, in relation to labor market needs. Because all you're doing, or to phrase it better, you are basically introducing a priority in cooperation, in developing cooperation agreement with third countries, which is preventing irregular arrivals, which becomes the condition for which these countries can cooperate with the EU. And that may actually undermine the long-term interest of member states. So it becomes essentially once again, something that we have seen before. It's a short-term solution, whilst the actually structural needs that the EU would have to solve are not addressed. I would leave it to that, and then we can touch on other issues perhaps during the Q&A.
Thank you very much for your insights, and also thank you for allowing us to do the transition. In a way, during this discussion, we are also taking the Mediterranean and going to the other side. And this is what we're going to do with our speaker, Branislav Stanicek, who is going to demystify the EU-Tunisia memorandum. In other words, maybe to see whether the roughness of the Mediterranean is being transferred elsewhere.
So thank you for this nice introduction. Also thank you to Patricia Alvaro for this very timely seminar, an excellent organization. At the beginning, maybe I would just say something, because several speakers said that we have a repetition of what we have seen in 2014, 15, 16. It's partially true. And also what is quite interesting is to observe that in European Council decision on 22nd September 2015 about reallocation quota, we had conditionality clause that was there. And what is interesting that this topic is so highly political for domestic audiences in member states that actually everybody can communicate what he wants. Yeah, let's say national politicians in Italy or Greece in this September 2015 deal, they could say, look, we have agreement on reallocation. And the countries that have been against mandatory quota could say, look, this reallocation is conditional, that these two countries, Italy and Greece, could curb down the influx of irregular migrants. So my expectation is that we will see very similar, not only political communication, but also political logic in what we will see in the next semester during the Belgian presidency. What I would like to do with my time of 10 minutes is that I give you a little bit, let's say, political framework, what's going on in this external policy component, and then a little introduction to the most recent memorandum of understanding between EU and Tunisia, and perhaps what are critical points, weak points, strong points, and what could be challenges ahead. So, as said, several speakers, but also Libe committee chair, we have seen a really increased number of people fleeing to Europe. In the past years, the reasons are quite large. Changes in the countries in sub-Saharan Africa, climate change, violence, wars, and so on. But the numbers are as follows. In 2022, EU countries received 966,000 asylum applications, so almost 1 million, which was almost double of previous year 2021. Also, according to the statistics, in 2022, in European countries, so EU27, we had over 1 million people that have been present without any legal permits, and it is an increase of 59% compared to 2021. So we see that a reform of asylum and migration is really important political domestic issue, and it became also the issue of the European Union. This is why in 2020, the European Commission presented its communication on the new pact on migration and asylum, and in September 2022, Parliament and 5 rotating presidencies agreed that it will be approved next semester during Belgian presidency. So what is so-called external policy component of this communication? So the so-called component emphasizes cooperation with countries of origin and transit. Also it supports bilateral agreements, memorandum of understanding, such one with Tunisia or Egypt that is expected very soon. So external policy component seeks to leverage EU migration policy through this tailor-made partnership. At the same time, Frontex, we had a representative of Frontex this morning, cooperation with third countries will be reinforced, and participation in border operation also will be reinforced. The Commission and the Council proposed introducing migration conditionality also as part of so-called generalized system of preferences. Probably you know what is it. It is in trade policies that third countries could have some advantage to access European market. This conditionality would entail suspending preferential treatment for countries that fail to cooperate adequately in the field of migration. The European Parliament, however, rejected this proposal as it goes against the fundamental principles of development goals and also fundamental rights. As often already said today, so we have seen 7 rounds of trilogue negotiations, but these have not yet been concluded. And the European Parliament adopted this year on the 5th September regulation that will prolong current GSP system until the end of 2027. Another important point is that European Parliament raised concerns about the lack of coherence between EU migration and development policies. The EU use of non-official development assistance, funding and conditionalities, and access whether its migration initiative aligned with this development assistance. So it's important to use, in simplified term, development money for really development and not for curbing migration. So to the situation now in Tunisia. So we have seen that Tunisia replaced this year Libya as a first country of origin. There are several reasons. In previous panels, we have seen analysis of migration routes through Africa, so there are some reshuffling routes, but also domestic political changes in these countries that resulted in this change. So currently around almost 70% of North African irregular migrants arrive from Tunisia. And we have seen that this is affecting heavily some member states, of course in particular Italy, as it goes through Italian territory, and therefore we have seen a political request to take some steps or some actions. What we have seen this summer on 16 July, so-called Memorandum of Understanding between EU and Tunisia was signed in Tunisia in the spirit what we call Team Europe. What does it mean? It means that European Commission, represented by its president, Ursula von der Leyen, was accompanied by two member states, Italy and the Netherlands. So this is so-called Team Europe spirit. And they agreed with Tunisian authorities to collaborate not only on migration but on other topics, economic development, climate change, green energy transition, mobility, and so on, trade and investment. But we know, and it was clear that migration was the most important element in this memorandum. And so what was proposed? It was proposed that a financial envelope around 100 million, so exactly 105 million euros, could be attributed to Tunisian authorities, especially to improve technical capabilities. It means surveillance and coastal guards. And another 900 millions for macroeconomic aid. This was conditional to agreement with International Monetary Fund. So results of this agreement. Expectations, of course, have been high, but around 1 month after the agreement, Italian Interior Ministry published the data, and they saw that irregular arrival of migrants in Italy actually increased by 68%, 6 weeks following signature of this memorandum. And total 58,000 migrants arrived in Italy by sea through Tunisia. So this questioned, let's say, for some analysts it questions the importance or also the pertinence of this memorandum. For others, let's say defenders, it was not an obstacle. They just said that we need time to implement all elements and so on and so far. So now, as the director from Frontex underlined, irregular migration from Tunisia is curbing down. Probably it is due more to different seasonal conditions on the sea than to the Memorandum of Understanding. Other critics, also voices, also in European Parliament, have been saying that it is politically very difficult, sometimes even dangerous, to collaborate on, for us, highly sensitive issues like migration with authoritarian regimes. And of course, In Tunisia, the regime is authoritarian. We have several, more than 20 political prisoners. The participation in elections have been very low. Some parties boycott elections. The same for constitutional referendum. Some parties boycott constitutional referendum. We, as the EU, probably we could have requested some conditionalities to this memorandum, political conditionalities, and probably it was a missed opportunity not to do so. What could be, let's say, the path for the future? So we have seen that other similar agreements are now under consideration with the countries of the region, for example, with Egypt. Again, the question would be to what extent we should collaborate with autocratic regimes. So we will have again the same dilemma of values versus real approach. If we speak about international relations, it is the dilemma between, let's say, realistic theory and normative theory. So it would be very interesting to see how these questions or this cleavage would be answered. For our citizens, because we are facing next year's European elections, so it would be also politically important and sensitive issue because, as was mentioned here, we see in Europe not only geographic divide to simplify countries that are first Italy, Greece, Spain, and the countries that are so-called destinatory and say Central Eastern European countries, but there is divide even within member states like Germany, and we have seen repercussion, political repercussion, even this year. There have been elections in Bavaria and Hesse, and question of migration have been on the top of the agenda, and political parties that have been very critical against irregular migration, they won in popularity. And we can expect this evolution, I would say, across many, if not majority of EU countries. My last point, as a kind of also reflection, what could be done is that, of course, that the important issue is to have a balanced policy. And it was mentioned here that probably the tendency is to have stricter policy because of this domestic opinion request. And on one pole is zero illegal migration policy in Australia, where you have even Admiral of the Navy saying in a video that not a single boat will enter Australia without we notice it. And we could have a much more lenient or benevolent approach somewhere on other extreme. And in parallel, probably request due to job markets evolution, demographic evolution, and so on, the request to upgrade and maybe speed up legal migration routes, especially for economic reasons. So this is in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Just maybe a short follow-up question, if you could just provide
a short response so that we can give the floor to our last speaker. Would you say that the European normative power towards its southern neighborhood is questionable or inconsistent in the case of Tunisia because of the idea of externalizing the borders management, or because of the unconditionality of dealing with different regimes in the southern neighborhood?
Okay. This is a really interesting question, because it is almost like a kind of onion that you can peel it, and when you answer one aspect you will see another, and so on and so on. But one element is to what extent the EU, that is considered as a kind of normative power in the international arena, is going in direct deals of understanding with non-democratic regimes. We have seen this in Turkey, and we have seen the outcome that couple of years later, after the Turkish agreement, President Erdogan was threatening EU that I will open the gates, and and you will be flooded, and so on and so forth. So is this really the best option, to give the keys to the dictators, you see? Second question, second answer, or second layer on this onion, that we see that often these countries where we try to have some agreements on migration have really severe macroeconomic challenges. Turkey with inflation, with collapse of Turkish lira, investment, and so on. Tunisia, exactly the same. This year, Fitch agency during the summer attributed CCC minus note to Tunisia, which is default. Yeah. So probably we should really emphasize also economic development in the countries. So we have this development aid. And what we are missing is real industrial strategy for the neighborhood. You see, we have huge industrial players in Europe, many concerns, but we don't have approach that on the long run kind of strategy how we would like to help economic development through investment in our neighborhood. And the last point, this is my last. I see that you wanted to say something, and the last point is what are the alternatives for the countries in the region? Yeah, alternatives. That of course that there is the EU. So they can play the EU card, or they can take from the table the EU proposal. And then other alternatives are, for example, investment from China. And when the Chinese President Xi was in Tunisia, he said that he would develop your autonomous choices, political, and also your choices for development without any conditionalities attached. Or there could be countries from the Gulf, Saudi Arabia, for example. Saudi Arabia proposed to Tunisia 500 million of US dollar, from which 100 was a gift and 400 a loan. At the end, this proposal was not realized for one reason that is complicated to discuss now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So many of our speakers present here already mentioned Italy, and it's definitely a point that we cannot ignore when speaking of migration management in the Mediterranean, which is why we are going to delve into the Italian approach now with our last speaker, Luca Barana.
Good evening. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, first of all, for having me, and apologies for not being there in person with you. I would have loved to be with you all there. So I will touch upon some of the main policy responses that especially the current Italian government has introduced over the last 12 months. And in doing so, I will touch many points that have been mentioned before over this day of insightful discussions. First of all, a little context from the Italian perspective. Several speakers have already mentioned that the number of irregular arrivals along the so-called Central Mediterranean route has been growing over the last 12 months. But actually in Italy, this rise, what is less known or less taken care of, is that this rising trend actually began in 2020, or even during the pandemic. So this is an interesting aspect. And as already been mentioned, Tunisia has become this year the main departure point. Over 60% of those arriving in Italy have transited or left Tunisia. And as was discussed this morning, with a significant presence of West African migrants. And this is a difference from trends over the last 4 or 5 years. Maybe as we are speaking right now, maybe we are also witnessing another small, let's see, this is a tentative, let's say, approach, but turning point, because in October we had lower numbers of arrivals in Italy in the same months of 2022. It's already been mentioned as departures from Tunisia have been decreasing. And actually, since the beginning of October, Libya has become again the first point of departure, with more than 8,000 people leaving Libya, while almost 3,300 from Tunisia. So, but this is still tentative, of course, because we need to see in the coming weeks and months what will happen. So how the Italian government has reacted to this context. First of all, at the political level, at the European level, the Meloni government, since the beginning or when they took office, has pushed Europe to frame migration again, I would say. It's a repetition of old news in this sense, as a European problem that needs European solutions. And this at the political level was achieved from the Italian perspective at the European Council in February, and also the recognition of the specific traits of the maritime frontier of Italy were recognized. But if I have to single out the main line of action of the Italian government is, no surprise at all, as we have discussed today, the external dimension. So a huge political investment in the external dimension of migration policies, and especially in several forms of externalization measures that have as the ultimate goal, those of reducing irregular arrivals, and this is, let's say, more difficult, increasing returns to so cooperate with third countries, especially in North Africa, to this end. Looking at the measures that Italy have pursued, I think we can single out 2 different categories of externalization measures. First of all, those that are aimed at preventing migrants and asylum seekers to seek protection in Italy, to stop them before even reaching Italian shores. And this is where the memorandum with Tunisia that has been discussed by the previous speaker is framed. Of course, the memorandum is a European agreement, but it's well known how it was spearheaded and strongly pushed at the political level by Italy and by the government of Giorgia Meloni. There was a strong alignment with the European Commission, and especially the President, Ursula von der Leyen, and with certain member states like the Netherlands, but also it created divergences with other member states like Germany. I will not go into the details of the memorandum because they are being already discussed, but the memorandum has the merit of presenting itself as a comprehensive agreement covering different policy areas, from sustainable agriculture to digital connections, people-to-people contact. But as the previous speaker already mentioned, it's clear that the political and financial investment has been on the migration management component by funding and providing Tunisian Coastal Guard and other border authorities with the means to delegate them border control, search and rescue responsibilities, and so on and so forth. Since the signing of the memorandum in July, that was hailed as a great success in Italy and a great political victory of Giorgia Meloni, that was the way it was presented, I think we already saw the weaknesses of this kind of approach. First of all, the difficult implementation shows how, difficult is to deal with a government that has its own agenda. This was something that was rightly discussed this morning. Third countries what we call for countries, our partners outside Europe, as they have their own agenda, and usually we don't take that into consideration when it comes to asking them to cooperate in migration. But also it was surprising to me how the European Union was willing to concede a leverage to a partner like President Said, and because, again, it was Europe asking for Tunisia's help and not the other way around. That's how the memorandum was prepared. And lastly, I think we cannot forget the democratic backsliding going on in the country, and also the inflammatory tones against the presence of migrants that have been going on that will, I think it's dubious that Tunisia is a safer country or even a safe country of origin for Tunisian citizens. And this is important because Tunisia appears in the list of safe country according to Italy. The second category of externalization measures that I would like to mention is those aimed at removing asylum seekers after they reach Italy or they reach Italian waters. And this is the case of the memorandum with Albania that has been recently signed. Of course, we don't have all the details yet, but the idea behind this memorandum is to transfer a share of asylum seekers that are saved at sea by Italian authorities, not by the NGOs, and process their requests, asylum requests in Albania under Italian jurisdiction. This is an important aspect. Probably this memorandum during its implementation will be challenged in court, and already several doubts in terms of human rights and access to asylum have surfaced. But of course, we don't have all the details, and we shall see in the coming months. All of these have been accompanied by different intervention on the internal asylum system, shrinking protection spaces, limiting the access to the international protection, especially the special protection, but also lengthening the periods of administrative detention in return facilities, and of course, the interventions against the NGOs that are carrying out operations, search and rescue operation in the Mediterranean Sea, that are labeled as a pull factor, wrongly so, by the government. So those are the main measures, let's say, but which are the policy principles that have animated these government actions that can also provide us with a glimpse for the future? First of all, the key word is deterrence. And I'm sorry if you hear noises, I can hear it as well. I'm very sorry.
We don't hear noises, all good.
There is a child scream, sorry. So the key word is deterrence. Deterrence means increasing the costs and the risks that migrants and asylum seekers face when crossing the Mediterranean. And of course, pushing away NGOs from the area from the sea trade is part of this strategy. But it also means reducing the benefits that asylum seekers can expect to receive in the Italian asylum system, in the Italian reception system. And those measures on the internal system that I mentioned before go in that direction, as well as the memorandum with Albania. Because the idea is to convince people not to leave towards Italy because they risk being transferred to Albania and not in the Italian asylum system. This is quite explicitly what the Italian government has been aiming at with the memorandum with Albania. But however, it was already discussed this morning how drivers of migration in countries of origin and transit are so complex that deterrence policies alone are not that effective, especially in the long term. The second principle would be that all these actions are emergency-driven and reactive in their nature. There is no comprehensive and structural approach to migration. This is all about restricting irregular migration. But to be honest, this is not just with the current governments, but also with previous governments in Italy. That has been the line of action since, I would say, at least 2017. However, it is paradoxical that some of these emergency measures then intervene quite randomly with extensive changes to the internal asylum systems. For instance, after the Cutro shipwreck in March, when unfortunately almost 100 people drowned at sea before the shores of Calabria, the government introduced an emergency decree introducing, or rather strengthening, something very similar to the border procedures that are discussed at the European level. So it was an emergency decision but with long-lasting effects on the asylum system. And finally, and I would conclude here, I think that when it comes to migration in Italy, there is a lot of identity politics going on. Rightly, today we discussed about policies, but I think that politics is a major aspect of migration, of the migration debate, because migration is so politicized, so sensitive from the political point of view, even more so with the current government in Italy that has a clear electoral mandate to reduce migration. And also there is the idea of dominating the news cycle. So to me, it's much more important for the government, in my opinion, it's much more important being seen doing something by the electorate, especially their own electorate, that do actually something with a comprehensive approach. And I think that the role of the NGOs, the clear examples of actions against the role of the NGOs is the clear example of this, because their role is in, let's say, shaping migration flows to Italy is very marginal. But nonetheless, the Italian government labeled her as the true enemy to be fought, because that's how they framed it, in order to reduce migration to Italy. I would conclude here, and of course, if there are questions and doubts, I'm willing to take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luca Barana. You raised a couple of important points there, and please do stay with us as we assess the number of questions that we have among the audience. And if the time allows it, then maybe we shall get back for closing notes to some of our speakers, because I've seen some of you have been also noting, maybe to follow up on some of the points. Yes, I see Jelle. Okay, Jelle, then Vera, then Brando, and Noor.
Yeah, so my name is Jelle, I'm from the Netherlands. Thanks, first of all, for being here, to all our panelists of the entire day. So from what I've heard today, there seems to be a perceived problem of people wanting to come to the EU, and we don't want them to come here for various reasons. And so we are stuck with this third-party onion, which has a lot of layers of problems where we pay a third party to keep our migrants from coming here. But we all seem to agree that the real solution would be to have a legal pathway to immigration. And we also seem to think that this is blocked by domestic politics, by the fact that we are democracies and people don't want migrants in their countries. For example, in the Netherlands, that's why we went to Tunisia, we perceive that our jobs would be lost, but also, for example, we have a housing crisis, and I think these factors are similar throughout Europe. So it seems to me that actually the real problem is not that we don't know the solution, it's that we can't implement it because we have domestic politics. So that raises to me the question, do you agree with this assessment? Do we know what the solution is? And is it indeed being blocked mainly because of political unwill? And if so, shouldn't we then, to avoid we now say we're back in 2016, to avoid having a similar idea in 10 years, shouldn't we start by actually making sure that our domestic politics are such that people are not so angry and that they think, oh, maybe we can have some migrants? So are we not looking at this in a too isolated perspective? That's my question.
Do you address your question to a specific speaker, or do we just...
To the panel in general, or the entire day in general.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to answer that question? Maybe very briefly, because we still have a couple of more questions.
You did actually excellent summary. That's exactly the point, that there are solutions, sometimes by think tankers, sometimes by politicians, sometimes inspiration in third countries. So we know we need labor force. We would like to speed up something like EU green card, so to have legal migration, and at the same time migration, say irregular, is so sensitive that there are governments that fail or collapsed, especially in Italy. So this is the tricky question of balance.
Thank you.
If I may add, because I think Polish case is a quite good example, because we have this very fast migration challenges rising, and we transfer from emigration country to immigration country in a very, very fast manner. So we started this discussion, and we are also facing challenges on housing, with education system, with medical care, and so on and so on. And I think not only in Poland, but in many countries of the European Union generally, we lack the debate about migration, about legal migration, and also technological challenges that we are facing, because many people argue that we should really think how many people and what kind of workers do we need, because maybe in a short run we need a lot of labor, but maybe they will be replaced quite fast by the robots or something like that. So many people don't really believe that we need a labor force. That's why we should really make a good research on that and start a very good, very deep discussion about also national policies, migration policies, because still in the European Union, most of the competences in migration area are in national hands. So without starting this discussion about internal challenges, we for sure not be able to really address the European problems also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe we go to the next question. Yes, Vera, please go ahead.
First of all, thank you. My name is Vera, I come from Spain. And I would like to just ask about this new agreement on migration. Camino, you have qualified it as insufficient or not ambitious enough. But from my point of view, I'm seeing that the EU is advancing in some other topics that we, for a while, saw as like stuck. Like, for example, the rule of law conditionality, or even the unification of debt. And I know this is a very broad question. And since I have a background in political science, I cannot help but ask it. What are the logics that play into the EU not doing anything? Or that the logics behind this measure being insufficient? Will it only advance with future crises? And also a second question to maybe Luca. How can we politicize the subject of migration without turning it into maybe a simplification? Or rather, in other words, how can we politicize this through a humanitarian lens? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vera, for the question. I guess the first question is addressed to Camino, is that correct? Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I hope I understood you correctly, because I'm a bit confused by the mention to the rule of law conditionality. That's a separate question from the migration pacts. Yeah. Well, it depends. Yeah, it depends who you ask. If you ask the rule of law warriors, who if you don't follow on Twitter, you should, whether we are advancing on rule of law integration, they would tell you not at all. If you ask the European Commission, they would tell you, wow, we've made so much progress. When it comes to the migration, the DAC migration pacts, Alberto knows much more about the technicalities of it. I know more about the politics. As I said before, the crisis of 2015-2016, once again, perhaps not a numerical crisis, but a political crisis, left so many scars when it came to European integration and coherence. And because of the kind of worlds that we are facing at the moment, which is becoming increasingly divided, European Union countries and the European Union institutions really need to show that they are in control of something. And for that, the only political consensus they have is, as I was saying before, revolves around three things, which is return, externalization, and border control. And this is what you have in the Migration Pact. Now, which is true, and I think you were mentioning it before, Jolanta, you cannot have a Migration Pact without the internal solidarity aspect to it. And that is the part, that is the Dublin reform that has not been solved, that will probably not be solved anytime soon because there is no political agreement on that. And I agree with Jolanta. I think that now that we are doing this exercise on thinking about the future of the European Union, how are we going to make the European Union fit for 35, we might need to rethink some of the policies that we have at European Union level. And migration is one of them. Whereas most competencies, are domestic indeed, we still have a common borderless Schengen area. That means that we need to keep an external border that is common and some sort of a, something that looks like a migration policy. And I would say the same. I don't need European Union countries to agree on the migration policy that I want them to agree. I want them to agree on a migration policy, one, whatever. If it's going to be restrictive, because that's what the political consensus is, that's too bad for many things, in my opinion, but at least it's one migration policy. What we have at the moment is, unfortunately, perhaps not 27, but surely 3 camps, as Alberto was mentioning, of migration policies, because the political consensus broke in 2015, and in my opinion has not been repaired and will not be repaired by the migration pacts. I don't know if you disagree.
Thank you. We pass the floor to Alberto, then to Luca. Please try to be as brief as possible because we still have 2 other questions. I know it's frustrating, but then we can have also some informal discussions at the coffee break.
First, why didn't we have an agreement for the past 8 years? Because it's a very divisive issue, obviously, and it's because despite there being the possibility of introducing change by qualified majority, the Council always tried to have consensus on these measures. And so this is the technical answer. But what is also interesting is that because of internal divisions within the Council, it's difficult to pursue ambitious change. And so what is quite interesting is the fact that likely we will see change, again, because the political pressure is immense on all institutions at this point. But the change that you will see is likely going to be against the interest of the member states voting in favor of these measures, which then begs the question of why are they doing this? And that's an open question. And what the consequences of these are. And the consequences will be ugly, I am quite sure, because what we will likely see is a blame game. And as was mentioned, it's fairly easy to then put the blame on Brussels, on the EU, on other member states for the ills that you are creating on your own. So that's what we will likely see, which is a rather dangerous situation. I think that there is one positive element to this story, which is what can be done effectively once you turn the page and people stop discussing migration all the time. I think it would be a good thing if, for once, we no longer talked about migration at all. Possibly, it might actually bring about a more conducive environment. It could be a good thing if we no longer left it to interior ministries to define migration policy, but we hand the ball to labor ministries so that we can talk more maturely and based on evidence about what kind of migration policy we need to develop in the future. Yes, but it depends on priorities, right? So if the priority at the moment is putting an end to irregular arrivals, then obviously you will approach this question from a security perspective. But for how long will the EU be able to afford to only look at these questions through a security perspective and not through other perspectives too? Once again, we discussed time and time again about labor shortages. that will become an overriding concern in the future, unless automation and AI allows us to do without actually replacing the workers that we will need. But it's happy to continue later also discussing more technically how that would work.
Thank you very much. Luca, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I will very short because Alberto anticipated me actually. And so my answer would be how to depoliticize is a $1 million question actually. But yeah, stop framing migration only as a security threat, as a public order issue. I think we could look, I thought we could look at the Ukrainian case and the factors that explain how the displacement and the reception of millions of people have been so welcome, at least at the beginning. But then talking with officials, both at the ministry in Italy and Brussels, the answer is always that the displacement of millions of Ukrainians is not a migratory issue at all. So maybe we should frame migration not as migration. I don't know if it's clear what I'm trying to say, but probably looking at other perspective, like about labor shortages, legal pathways, could be a welcome step forward. It will not solve everything, of course, but there should be an attempt in that sense.
Thank you very much. Apologies, Brando. I will consider that you already asked your question. Consequences of non-moderated questions, the rule of law. So, Noor, the floor is yours. Sorry, who wants it? Yes, please go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, just very briefly, it was mentioned that the EU and Egypt are in the process of discussing a new agreement, MOU, if I got it correctly. So if just you can expand on what the EU is seeking to achieve in its cooperation with Egypt. Is it about readmission of Egyptian nationals, or is there more into it?
Thank you. Do you direct your question at a specific speaker, or should anyone volunteer? No, anyone. Okay. Who would like to take this question?
So there is a technical group on migration with Egypt, and so far negotiations are not concluded, but probably the first level or first steps will be concluded now in December. So my expectation is that it could be floating around these issues, like very similar to Tunisia. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Back to you, Brando. We have some spare minutes. We have some spare time. Go ahead, please. Yes.
So my questions will be, what if we focus on best policies aiming to create integration in the job market for migrants in the neighborhood? I think we made some few statements about that, but I would like to, if possible, to deepen such concepts. What time do you think, and this is a question addressed to all, I mean everyone who knows, what time would such policies take to implement? For example, it comes to my mind the energy central Tunur in Tunisia, which is a little example on how is it possible to develop regions where migrants are in sectors which are vital to Europe, such as energy generation. So yeah, it was about time, just to make a comparison between at what time member states started to talk at a European level about providing solution for migration.
Thank you, Brando. Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, just so I had more, but okay.
We have a coffee break. Some of the speakers already volunteered to be around, so.
You can cooperate, I mean.
So this is really great question. Actually, you see, it's in the sense that I was speaking about that we don't have investment industrial policy that would have a kind of European strategy for the neighborhood. We are doing, of course, that companies, corporations, they do their own decisions, considering macroeconomic situation in neighborhood countries, economic stability, human resources, and so on and so far, and also political criteria. And here, just as an example, when tensions between the EU and, of course, Germany and other countries have been very high with Turkey, Volkswagen cancelled potential investment. It was 1.6 billion from Turkey, and they move it into Slovakia. You see, so it's a complex issue. Then another issue is that we have countries that are source of migration, but I would say not very fit for investments because they are unstable. Sub-Saharan Africa, probably now we see Palestine, potential crisis, yeah. But you are right that on the long run, this is a very important element for stabilization of the neighborhood and these countries.
Thank you. If there's no follow-up.
One word, I think adding on what has just been mentioned, but also thinking a little bit about these crisis-driven mode of thinking about cooperation in the neighborhood, there are two elements that need to be considered. The first is whether the investments or the resources or the priorities are shared between member states, the EU, and countries in the neighborhood. And so this is why the reflection that has just been shared is an important one. And then the second issue is what are the countries that the EU wants to cooperate with, and based on what does the EU choose which countries to cooperate with. And so the question was raised, why Egypt or why Tunisia? Why do you think? So is it because these are countries with great potential, because they have young populations, because they have relatively well-educated young populations? Is it because there is a favorable environment for investments? Or is it because these countries are key countries potentially as a source of future irregular migration? And so these issues have to be considered and factored in. And then if you only follow a crisis-driven mode, in the long term, the kind of cooperation that you will set in place is neither in the interest of the EU, nor especially in the interest of the countries needing cooperation the most. And so this is why development also comes up. So it's a complex issue, but then these are the key questions that you need to ask yourselves when looking at it.
Yes, please.
May I add? Because the question was about time, and I don't feel like an expert on that, but I know that all the research on development aid say that in a short term, generally, development aid is not reducing migration. It's actually strengthening migration in a short term. I mean, because people get richer and they are able to travel. So it's not a short-term solution. It's always a long-term solution. And we need to be aware of that. I mean that the direct effect may be opposite somehow than we expect, but in a long term it's necessary somehow.
Would you like to take that, Camino, as maybe the final intervention?
Yes.
Would you like to add something, Jolanta? Okay, thank you.
I don't have an answer to that. I know, I mean, the research that Jolanta was mentioning. it is true that as a country becomes richer and becomes having more middle class, migration increases and not decreases. Whereas in the long term, it's the other way around. So you have to be aware of that. I just wanted to introduce since it's the last intervention, a geopolitical consideration for all this, because I think that we are talking about migration here in a very isolated way, and in the same way that we need to introduce politics into it, because everything is about politics, and that's why I was so adamant to explain how the politics have looked like, what the politics have looked like for the past few years. I think when it comes to what kind of cooperation are we going to have and with what countries in the future, the geopolitical imperative is going to become really, really crucial. And I'm saying this because we're talking about neighborhood countries, as if there was something like a European neighborhood policy, any longer. Now, all the countries that belong to the ENP are potential candidate countries. So they have passed from neighborhoods to actually enlargements, which is a complete different way of cooperating with them. So that gives the MENA countries and countries along the Mediterranean an incredible opportunity to become the new neighborhood countries. But for that, you need friends within the European Union. And you need to know what countries in the European Union are going to be pushing that agenda. Are countries like Italy, Spain, Greece, Malta, so traditional countries that have been friends and foes in a way, from MENA countries, going to push that agenda? Or are they going to do it just for migration reasons? Or are they going to be strategic enough to actually consider, okay, we've spent a lot of time on the neighborhoods to the east. Now that the neighborhood is going to become our next, phase of the European Union, what are we going to do about this region that we have neglected for so long and that is of utmost interest in a world, once again, that is divided into blocks? So if we don't get there, somebody else will get there before us, and it's going to be problematic.
Thank you so much for that very strong closing note. Thank you everyone for this insightful discussion. Apologies to the ones who couldn't pose their questions, and I guess many of the speakers are going to be at the coffee break and you can ask some more questions. Thank you. And, sorry, say. Yes, I give the floor back to Patricia. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Sabrina. Luca didn't get to have his minute of closure, so apologies for that, Luca. I know that the last thing you want to do is to sit longer here and listen to me, but just bear for a couple of minutes. I will try maybe to wrap up very briefly in terms of substance, but just to mention what we have discussed, but not really draw conclusions. I think the first panel, which looked at the causes of migration through the Mediterranean, sort of tried to put the three large segments of causes, that is climate-induced migration, political security causes that push people to move, and the demographic/economic. We've covered them. And I'm so excited about the level of the first panel and the second panel. So I'm sort of hesitating whether I'm with my expert hat in this room or the organizer hat, because it's really exciting to have all of you. And so, but coming back to the first panel, I wanted to thank Eleonora, who spoke about climate a lot, Tasnim, who gave us really brilliant overview of the Tunisian situation in Tunisia and cooperation with the EU, but also you mentioned Algeria, which is just so rarely spoken about as a partner and as a country that is a transit or origin country of migration, but mostly transit. Lorenzo, who gave us the human rights story of what's happening in a very sort of media-friendly way. And then Shimon, who presented the European Commission view. And I thought it was very interesting to see how internally in the EU institutions there are divisions, that the Commission has an opinion and a position. And then there's the MEP, the European Parliament video that we saw. There was some kind of attention also with Frontex as the agency. Madam Director is no longer with us, but I thought what she told about the operations of Frontex was just informatively useful, because we rarely get to have that insight from within. And then in the second panel, which is here still, wow, you covered lots of ground, and I only wish that the Brussels bubble about which Alberto talked would hear you and listen to you. So we heard about the divisions between member states, we heard about securitization, externalization of this policy, about the common asylum system, visa policies, or the need to have a common one. Perhaps the conclusion is that there just needs to be more integration when it comes to that, more European integration. And all the new developments, like Luca mentioned, the Italian agreement with Albania. There's lots happening, and we're like focused on one issue at a time. The global sort of public opinion is focused on one issue at a time, and this is the war in Gaza at this moment, which also impacts, probably it will impact the migration through the Mediterranean. But I'm really happy, and I hope the students and panelists share this, that we spent this Saturday talking about an issue of real importance to Europe and our neighborhood, not only now, but for years and probably decades to come. I'm afraid we're not ready for what's coming, and we demonize migration, and the word itself is already, used as a derogatory term. Maybe we should speak about people's movement rather than migration, just, to sort of demystify the whole thing and be able to speak about it calmly. And so, but justice has to be done. So I want to say, Branislav, thank you so much about your insight from Brussels as an expert in all these agreements. Camino, your political take on what's happening, and also you represent a specific think tank that is sort of a post-Brexit think tank that has moved from the UK to Europe. We're thankful for that. Jolanta, thanks for also from your sort of Polish, like slightly Polish perspective, because you mentioned how the issue's been used in the electoral campaign recently in Poland. Alberto, again, the Brussels independent thinking, and Luca, also your sort of, I felt, very objective take on what the Italian government's doing is very much appreciated. And then with that, I want to thank the introductory givers and the moderators. So that's Angeliki Anna Andreu, Evangelia Tsakali, Sabrina Buchorsa, and Manet Saturian. Thank you so much for devoting your time and researching and doing all the work with this conference. It's also an exercise in giving the ownership of the conference to the students, so I'm very grateful to you. I'm grateful to all the op-ed writers whom, I don't know if you're here, around here. I'm very grateful to the people who did podcasts, producers and interviewers. I want to thank Alvaro a lot. Alvaro, you've done so much work on this conference. I cannot thank you enough. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you, and we've done it together. And also thanks to the technical team, to Basia, who supported us. And I want to invite you to forward the tweets that are out there by College of Europe Natolin. We've tweeted a lot, and we're not chasing you out. We're inviting you for coffee, tea, and cookies. Thank you.
Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine. A learning environment with history written into its walls. An academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence. And home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine. A learning environment with history written into its walls. An academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence. And home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin.